No, remember, because they didn't have none in stock. Remember,
Okay.
that was the only thing that
What
was
they
missing.
replace it with?
Nothing.
Nothing?
They
Okay.
just. I was supposed to order it last night so I can have. I was supposed to get that and something else the kids need.
Okay.
What you need? That? Huh? Your stuff. What?
Mm-hmm. So,
What stuff? Where's my phone at? Sounds good on here. The sounds too loud.
yes.
Get my headphones. What you need? That? Yeah, put it in the backpack. I'm missing my. Oh no, I think they don't work no more. So. The weather's good in March. We go fishing in March and shit.
Hey, baby.
Instead
Hell yeah.
instead of what is it, July that we went?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where it's piping hot.
Yeah, it was piping hard. Yeah. We can go like in September or some shit. We got fishing poles and shit. Hold them up. We might be going fishing soon. Got some content. Oh, what it? How's it go? Yeah.
Ow. Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Ow. Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. Ah. What am wrong? Chop, chop. I'm gonna leave
How's it go? I can't even remember that. Chop a za, chop 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 a za, chop a za, chop 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 a za. He won't chop chop. She won't chop chop. That's a whole this funny. What was that? For who was that?
Good, no, who is it? Manny Fresh, I think, and,
What it?
Juvenile, maybe?
I don't know. Let me see.
Drop a stop, chop, chop, drop a stop, drop a stop, chop, chop, who that? Chop, chop, you up, chop, chop,
Chop chop. Who want that?
chop a stop. And when your head go back, let me get it from my back, back, that ass up, yeah, like that, go back, back. Now what your wobble, wobble, who that? Show me how you, yeah, that's like some juvenile shit. Girl, who's up? Who that?
Chop chop. What has it? How?
Chopper style.
Chopper style?
You just say chopper style.
Chopper style. Is this? This is. I was about to say this right now. It's Chopper. It's Chopper. Look, like Nelly.
No, that ain't him. Ain't no way. Don't sound like this.
No, that's not Nelly. That's not Nelly.
Look like Nelly.
That's his name, Chopper.
That's the name of the guy?
Yeah, Chopper.
He made that song?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is that?
Chopper style, chopper
I thought
chop,
that
chopper
was a
style, chopper
juvenile
style,
song. I don't know
chop
who that
chop,
is.
chop chop.
You
She won't
recognize him?
chop chop. I don't recognize him. I was like, thought it was Nelly at first.
Yeah, I thought it was Nelly too. Shit. Juvenile gotta be in that song.
I don't know. Right? Sounds like Manny Fresh. It's probably Manny
Yeah,
Fresh.
that's what I said.
That's Manny Fresh.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's probably Manny
Fresh
Fresh
is
shit.
Juvenile. I think that's juvenile and Manny Fresh.
No limit. No limit. No, that's not. That's Master P.
He might be in there. Or sponsored it. He got money out the ass somehow. He be funding all these rappers.
Here we are, second episode of scrolling on YouTube and watching mainly like I don't know MAGA shit, maggot shit, and Democrat shit. Chop 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 chop. You won't chop chop, chop chop, chop chop, chopper style, chop chop chopper style. Chopper style, chop chop, chop chop. You won't chop chop, chop chop. You won't chop chop. It's Master P. Yeah, it's no limit. What? What? I don't know. Whatever. The fuck is that? That's not what's going on right now. There it is. Alright, let's see what this sounds like with this on.
In Medicaid. What does that mean practically? It means many states will no longer be able to offer Medicaid insurance to a number of individuals. It will mean the closure of hospitals. By the way, Donald Trump won voters under 100,000, so a lot of the people who are going to be most impacted by these Medicaid cuts are his voters. And they also have cuts to food stamps, all to fund
Who won't be able to afford
for very, very
Medicaid?
wealthy individuals. Look, we don't have the votes to stop this. They can, through reconciliation, get this through the Senate and the House.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, that's good enough. That sounds good. As long as I talk into the mic. Alright, we're gonna listen to some fucking bullshit. This is what this shit is.
Everybody, David Schuster here. Thanks to President Trump, House Republicans
See what
just
my
passed a
masters
bill
are
with
gonna
cuts
do.
to hospitals, cuts to nursing homes, and cuts to food
And
for
get
poor
this
families
power
and
washing
kids.
going.
But much of the mainstream media reporting focused on the political drama of the
Recording,
vote.
voices
It
on.
was a nail biter. I mean, quite literally, I was
Microphone in
biting
my
my nails
mouth.
watching this in the House chamber. At one point,
Working.
Republican leaders
Good to
pulled the
go.
vote, started to send everybody home, then called them back, and were literally twisting arms on the House floor up until the last minute.
In the end,
Why is
without
that?
much attention to the details, even by Republican lawmakers, the budget blueprint passed.
Vote, the ayes are 217, the nays are
Why would it
215.
impact anything? I have to
Majority
do
voting
here?
in the affirmative, the concurrent resolution is adopted.
The House passing a multi-trillion-dollar
what was up with that.
budget blueprint last night, and while this is a big step for President
Chop
Trump's
star,
agenda, there
chop,
are still
chop,
plenty
chop
of
star,
challenges
chop
ahead.
star.
One of the biggest challenges as this goes to the U.S. Senate is that the Republican proposal would cut
Man.
$2 trillion
power
in
washing as a-
government
as a
funding for
job is
programs
pretty fun,
including
though.
Medicaid, Medicare, and food subsidies.
Let's see what we got.
Let's start with the Medicaid.
Oh,
Keep
I'll
in
start
mind
from the
that
bottom. I'm gonna start from the top,
20%
like a-
of
like
the
a
U.S.
real
population
job.
is
Get
on
all the dirt,
Medicaid.
go to the
Any
bottom.
cuts would
That's how you
primarily
make that
affect
work.
people living in rural areas and
What the
living
fuck?
below the poverty line. Quote, according
I'm
to the
trying to get on
Kaiser Family
top.
Foundation, 37% of Medicare spending and 32% of Medicaid spending in 2023 was for hospital care. Reducing that
Okay, here
number
we
for
go.
Medicaid spending could
Jesus.
affect staffing and the services being offered at hospitals,
I'm not hearing what he's talking
decreasing
about.
both the quality of care and health care coverage for those working in hospitals and nursing homes. With hospital closings already outpacing hospital openings, the reductions in funding could have far-reaching consequences on hospitals with low funding or in areas that serve fewer patients. Here's Democrat Ro Khanna on CNBC.
This is going to mean is $2 trillion of cuts in Medicaid. What does that mean practically? It means many states will no longer be able to offer Medicaid insurance to a number of individuals. It will mean the closure of hospitals. By the way, Donald Trump won voters under 100,000, so a lot of the people who are going to be most impacted by these Medicaid cuts are his voters. And they also have cuts to food stamps, all to fund tax breaks for very, very wealthy individuals. Look, we don't have the votes to stop this. They can, through reconciliation, get this through the Senate and the House. and then it's for the American people to see whether
He
they really
said-
want these drastic cuts.
He said
Already,
that the
though,
only thing
the
that was
public
fake
is
his
saying
voters.
no. He'll
Why don't he
headline
just say
71%
poor
of Trump
white
voters oppose Medicaid
That's
cuts.
the ones
Poll.
that are going to affect. That's
The
him
poll from
getting
Hard
rid of
Research also found that
Medicaid and all that shit's
60% of
gonna
Trump
affect
voters
the
call
white
cutting food
poor
programs unacceptable. 49% of Trump voters think rich
voted
people
for
don't
him.
pay enough taxes. 56% of
I
Trump
don't know
voters
if any
think big
poor,
corporations don't pay enough taxes.
minorities voted for him.
67% of Trump voters oppose cutting taxes for rich people. But a lot of rich people and their lapdogs in the corporate financial media want the cuts. And so you get exchanges like this with CNBC Trump cheerleader Joe Kernan attacking Democrats for focusing on the tax cuts for billionaires.
Just continuously say that it's billionaires that are benefiting is totally false. It's totally disingenuous. And you're also conflating corporations with
I
the
won't say
wealthy.
billionaires,
Just the
I'll say
tax cuts
millionaires.
themselves benefited everyone across the board. If some people pay more taxes and their marginal rate goes down and they're wealthy, it's true. that
Yeah, if the wealthy would
actual
pay the fucking
benefit
taxes,
is a
Trump,
bigger
pay
number,
your
but
taxes, Trump,
everyone
and you would have some
benefited,
money
and
out there.
91% of people will get a tax hike.
Joe,
Like, this
first
dude
of
doesn't even
all,
pay his taxes,
I
and
didn't
you're
say
all
it just
like
is going to benefit billionaires, but it disproportionately
up
last
to,
time
United
benefited
States
those in the
standards,
top
I
1%, as you acknowledge.
That's who pays the taxes, Ro. But that's who pays. Of course, they're gonna save more if you lower the marginal rate because they're paying so much more.
Sure, and it disproportionately benefited, way benefited the top 10%. Now, we can, in my view, if you want to preserve the tax breaks for the middle class and the working class and work with the Democrats on doing that, there would be an openness to it. But at this point, where working class Americans are struggling, where 90% of the stock market is owned by 10% of Americans, I just don't think we need more breaks.
Man, when they start paying,
breaks
people
for,
in
the very wealthy.
minimum
order to
wage
help
jobs, right?
pay
Maybe
for
things
those
will start
tax
looking
breaks,
good.
Republicans are trying to find ways to
These
cut
motherfuckers
government
here, dog.
spending. So Elon Musk and his team of 20-somethings on his government efficiency team have been scouring federal agencies and budgets. They have recommended the dismissal of nearly 200,000 federal workers. Musk defenders in Congress, including Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, are now denigrating federal employees and calling their work worthless.
Those are not real jobs producing federal revenue. Federal employees do not deserve their jobs. Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks.
What? Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks? Does somebody want to tell
are
Greene?
they working? Are they doing job? Are they doing their job? Then they deserve to get paid.
Are a federal employee. So, by your own
Shit, they about to
rhetoric,
bring slaves back,
you
but
should
they about to
give
bring
back
slaves
the
back to
$174,000 you
everybody,
collect
white,
each year
Mexican,
as a member of Congress. Oh, and please give back the money paid to your staff. In all seriousness, the Green nonsense is part of an ongoing effort now by Trump, Musk, and others to delegitimize the federal workforce. Here's the analysis by Aaron Burnett on CNN.
The context here, though, is this perception that there has been this metastasizing growth of federal government employees being hired and leeching off the system. Right? Bank of America actually did a report all the way back to 1945
Shit, it happens at my
showing
job.
that federal
Motherfuckers
government
behind
workers
they nieces and nephews and shit don't even. They're not even qualified for the job.
Peaked at 6.5% back in 1945.
Of course,
it's
they're doing
1.5%.
in those
Eric,
positions.
I'm
I
making
mean,
your
look at
point. It's not a large group of people, but they have been turned into a boogeyman.
And while
sons and
federal
shit.
employees are turned into a
Shit, look at Trump,
boogeyman, the
shit.
folks who want to cut
Motherfucker
government
qualified to run a
programs that help the
country,
sick
dog?
and the poor
Tripping.
are largely tolerated and accepted in our politics. And these Republicans get the added benefit of a compliant corporate
He
media
talks
that
about
largely
like America's
treats
a joke. Like
legislation as a
I look
type
at
of
America as a joke
political
with
drama.
him in the chair. Like what
On
the
CNN,
fuck?
the headline was,
Him and
Johnson
Biden,
and
like,
Trump pull off
any of
surprising
these
win
presidents
to
are
advance
jokes,
GOP
dog.
agenda after vote whiplash in the House. The headline that matters more to humanity comes from the effing news. Trump pushes cuts to hospitals, nursing homes, food for poor kids. Thankfully, most of the public will eventually care more
I don't know
about
why
the
they're acting
cuts than
surprised
the
of the things
vote
he's doing. He's a
whiplash.
fucking.
And
I
my
don't know,
sense
he's
is
a
that if
billionaire. He's a
Republicans
millionaire.
actually
Like,
do pass anything
he
near
don't give
the
a
cuts
fuck
that they
about us,
want,
dog.
they will be doomed next year. Political suicide, self-murder, whatever you want to describe it, $2 trillion in spending cuts in order to pay for tax cuts to the wealthy? will not go over well with most voters. But then again, the Republicans are crazy.
I'm used to it.
And over the last several decades, America has gotten into a pattern of repeatedly putting Democrats
some
back
asshole
in
who got
power
my job don't
to clean
deserve
up
it,
messes
gets paid
created
decent
by
ass money,
Republicans. By the way,
retires,
some MAGA voters are infuriated now at Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
About this shit.
When will you stand up to them and say that is enough?
So you know how you stand up and you say it's enough? When you go take your ass and you get out of society and you get away from all this bullshit they're doing. That's when you say you have enough.
President Trump has issued a lot of executive
all
orders.
This shit we doing is filth,
by and large,
and we ain't trying to get away from this
very
shit.
quickly
So,
compared to other
I don't care what the fuck they're doing.
And I think across the board, he's done some very good things. I think.
Check out that video at the link below. It generated a lot of comments on YouTube. One of the most popular is from Will Canner wrote, "How any serviceman, servicewoman, or veteran can support the current administration is beyond me." I hear you. I look forward to reading your comments about the House GOP
Hispanics
voting
talking
for
about close the border off and shit.
I'm David Schuster. Thanks for joining us.
Dumbass Elon Musk. Stupid.
Brand new reporting today suggests that Republicans are indeed feeling the heat for handing over the keys of the government to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. NBC
The
News
motherfucker got so much money, but yet he insecure that he
being
going
held by the
bald.
GOP
How you
caucus.
insecure?
Quote, party leaders suggest
How you
that if
insecure about your
lawmakers feel the need to
baldness
hold
and you
such
got a
events,
shitload of money in the
they
world?
do teletown
Crazy.
halls, or at least vet
fucked up.
attendees
I
to
ain't following
avoid
that,
scenes
dude.
that become viral clips. According to GOP
Motherfucker
sources,
worried about his looks
the
and
viral
shit, and he got
nature
a
of video
shitload of
clips
money.
spreading from one district
What a
to another
dumbass.
means a bad confrontation in safe Republican territory could influence voters in battlegrounds. They are, of course, talking about viral moments like these.
Elon Musk is ignoring a bunch of financial stuff. He is in the Treasury. He is trying to get access to our tax returns. Are you going to subpoena him at some point?
When will you stand up to them and say that is enough?
Oh, when I do it? Oh, you mean when I do it and they crucify me?
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon Musk.
I take education very seriously.
What is it, W? Everybody want to be.
Let's go lunches.
Everybody want to be a Christian, but nobody want to hold this heavy ass cross.
So,
I tell you what, get rid of religion. That's what you need to get rid of. Get rid of religion.
I understand when you say you have this many employees that you have to cut, that organization decides who they're going to cut. Now,
Start taking care of yourself. Stop relying on the government to take care of you.
From all the writings of our founding fathers that our great republic was never meant to be ruled by a dictator nor a king.
Stop putting so much emphasis on materialistic stuff. I mean, it says that in the Bible, but hey, we don't listen. We don't follow that
such a
shit.
radical and extremist and sloppy approach to this.
If you're going to just yell at me, that's not going to be an effective tone. Yeah, you want to be effective and controlled, because if everybody's yelling, it's not going to be an effective tone.
Can you talk to us like actual people? Instead of like we're idiots.
Quote, but we're pissed. They feel that way in ruby red Republican districts. All across the country, GOP members of Congress are being confronted by their own constituents, their own voters, largely over this chaos greenlit by Donald Trump, but very much carried out by Elon Musk. Elon Musk right now is about as popular 1 month into the second Trump presidency as Trump was at the lowest point of his first, right after the January 6th insurrection. A Washington Post Ipsos poll finds that 34% of respondents approve of how Elon Musk is doing his job. 49% disapprove, 14% are not sure. Just 56% of all Republicans approve of Elon Musk shutting down any federal program he deems wasteful or unnecessary. In reaction to all of this, the very low poll numbers, the very public backlash to the chaos, often cruel treatment of federal workers and the agencies that help keep the country running, Republicans are squirming. Politico reports this, quote, Elon Musk is beginning to wear out his welcome with congressional Republicans. Over in the House, Speaker Mike Johnson on Tuesday shrugged off Musk's attempt to interfere with his budget plan. Over in the Senate, North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis pointedly suggested that President Donald Trump's appointee should stand up to the billionaire's whims, including his recent demand that all federal workers justify their employment. A growing number of Republican lawmakers urged the tech mogul to show more compassion for the civil servants he's already culled. Not helping their attempts at distancing themselves from Elon Musk. Scenes like this one. This is what the country and the world saw today out of the White House, where Musk, wearing a baseball cap, dominated much of Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting, admitting to some missteps, but insisting that cuts have to be made. As we reported on this program yesterday, a lot of the cuts Musk and his team of young aides, many of whom have little, if any, government experience, have turned out to be either lies or miscalculations or greatly exaggerated.
And the reason why they have
Elon
these
Musk
rules
and the Trump administration's agenda threatening to become an albatross around the neck of congressional Republicans. Is where we start today. With me at the table over the whole hour, publisher of The Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast, political strategist Sarah Longwell, Democratic strategist and professor at Columbia University, MSNBC political analyst Basil Smikle here for the hour as well. Also joining us, our friend, former Democratic Senator, MSNBC political analyst Claire McCaskill is here, and up on Capitol Hill for us, NBC News correspondent Melanie Zanona. Melanie, this is your great reporting. Tell us more.
Yeah, the debate over DOGE has really been consuming Republicans as they have returned to Washington this week. And Republicans have been really pleading with party leaders and party officials for some more guidance about how to navigate this blowback, especially after those viral town halls last week. There's a lot of frustration because, A, they don't feel like they have a lot of information about the cuts. So when they're being asked by constituents about the scope of the cuts or the impacts, they don't know what to say. And B, they're also just frustrated that they don't know how to message on some of this stuff. They want us to be publicly supportive of DOGE, but they also want to protect their constituents. And so in a lot of times that has gotten them in some sticky situations in these town halls. I'm told that when it comes to these town halls, Republicans are now being advised and encouraged to instead hold teletown halls or virtual town halls, or to better vet the participants. So it's their constituents and not potentially activists or protesters who are the ones participating, as a way to sort of mitigate those viral scenes and some of those theatrics that can happen when you have those more public settings. But I was talking to one House Republican who said the RNC has been very supportive, very helpful in offering some suggestions about how to navigate these town halls. But at the same time, they've not been told not to do the town halls, but at the same time, said a lot of their Republican colleagues don't even want to bother doing these town halls anymore because they are spooked. They don't want to be on the hot seat. They don't want to have to answer for some of what Elon Musk is doing because they don't want to get on Elon Musk's and Donald Trump's bad side. Nicole.
Well, Claire, I think then they should shut down their town halls and let them call Sean Hannity. Here's what that sounds like.
For them. Bunch of pussies, dog.
One of our tenants just recently got laid off from the USDA, and he's disabled vet, multiple deployments overseas, and yeah, the guy is without a job now, and I'm just afraid that stuff like this is going to get out there. And I know you got a soft spot for military and police and EMS and all those guys, and just a little concerning that we don't let these guys, fall off the wagon here and get neglected because they've done so much for our country.
I know in the past you've always stood up for the men and women in the rank and file FBI agents, and it's because of time they may need your voice again. Especially the couple thousand have been seemingly targeted because they worked on the January 6th case. And I know one of the main goals in the FBI of the new administration is to depoliticize it. And this appears to be a misstep in the wrong direction.
It's frustrating all of us because, how do you make life decisions, try to figure out what to do? How do you know to send your kids to college if you can afford to buy a house when there's no information coming from the administration, which I support strongly?
Claire McCaskill, the problem with the tactical solutions on the table from Melanie's fantastic reporting is that none of them deal with the root cause of Trump's own voters' anger. They're angry because it's happening to them. They're angry. And what to me is so revelatory
hold on now.
about this news
Put Trump
cycle
in there for a reason
is
now.
that it blows out of the water the idea that all the information isn't reaching everyone. It is. It just wasn't trustworthy coming from Democrats in the past. These are Republican MAGA voters calling into Sean Hannity, complaining about all the things that Kamala Harris and around this program we warned about for 9 years. But because they're happening to them, they finally believe them. And you can shut down all your town halls. Sean Hannity can say, I'm not going to take any more callers. But their friends who've been laid off from the USDA, who's a vet who's, quote, done so much for the country, might, quote, fall off the wagon and get neglected if Donald Trump continues to have his way. And the FBI agents who, quote, did so much for the country, they've been targeted, as these MAGA voters are describing to Sean Hannity. Who knows? That's exactly what is happening. And I'm not sure if any of these folks are the folks in their homes who go to the grocery store and buy eggs, but wait till they see how much those cost.
I didn't know how much.
You know, Elon Musk doesn't know what he doesn't know about trying to downsize the federal government. There's a way that you could go about this in a transparent, methodical, and competent way. But the way he's doing it is almost childlike, Nicole. It is, you know, with the chainsaw and, you know, the black baseball cap and the sunglasses.
Man, all these
and,
motherfuckers I see on here are like children, dog.
Laying off a bunch of people on a social media
like
site.
children, dude.
These are people from all over the country, and a huge chunk of them are veterans. I mean, veterans make up a big percentage of the federal workforce, and many of them are doing key jobs that people in communities need. And this is just going to keep getting worse because they're not doing this by job classification. They're not doing it by grade. You know, there's a number of different grades of civil service. 1, 2, and 3 are generally what we'd consider entry level. They're not paying attention to that. You could be someone that they've recruited from the private sector that is incredibly knowledgeable about a subject that is very important in terms of American safety. And they're getting rid of them just because they haven't looked there long enough. So it is really silly the way they've done this, and people are upset. But here's one point I want to make. We cannot say Musk's name without Trump's name, because Trump is gonna ditch him eventually, and we can't let him do that. He's the one that invited him to the cabinet meeting.
Get your own chickens.
He's the president who sat there and let
get your own chickens and start growing your own eggs. I mean, fuck. I mean, these people been our oppressors for I don't know how long.
His first cabinet meeting.
And then you're gonna sit here and act like this shit is different.
Not Musk's problem.
Like, come on, man.
We can't let Trump off the hook.
All I know is the motherfuckers better not come to my front door. That's all I fucking know. That's all I fucking know, dude. Like, all this bullshit they're doing, like, I'm trying to make my way into getting as much as I can.
Today we're going to talk about Democrats accidentally stumbling on the perfect strategy to defeat Elon and Trump. And I have two interviews this week. I sit down with Pod Save America's John Favreau to discuss Elon Musk's overreach. And I interview Jen Psaki to talk about Trump's lagging poll numbers. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen, and you're watching No Lie.
How dare you get out of society?
So we have been in the wilderness for a while now.
I'm like,
Trump
bitch, I'm not polluting,
the
bitch.
Steve Bannon model of
bitch, I am not polluting. Is that good enough for you?
Send the media and
is that good enough for you that I'm living in my own fucking plot of land?
And he's
and
largely
I'm growing
right.
my own fucking
but we just accidentally stumbled
and you shouldn't be even living in one area. They got us living in one fucking area.
This one can
You're supposed to be migrating, bro.
So
you're supposed to be migrating, bro.
This past week, the House was out of session.
You ain't supposed to be
a bunch of
in place, living in a fucking house. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be migrating.
Of what that looks like. This is Republican Congressman Glenn Grothman's town hall.
We have to go to war. You have to go to war. You have to reduce the numbers.
This has been solidly Republican since 1967.
If they can't get out of space, which they couldn't do it,
half a century of Republican
that's why they
rule.
left it behind.
There are no district-wide BLM protests being held.
Now they're trying to pick up the space.
And yet, this is what his town hall sounds.
What is it called? Exploring. So that way they can get out, because you can't keep doing this and not reduce the numbers to the population. So you have to go to space.
And I think,
and they can't even do it because you can't go to space.
He's done some very good things.
Fucking dumbasses, dude. We're doing a lot of unnatural things. That's what we're doing. We're doing a lot of unnatural things that's causing a lot of unnatural problems, that causes a lot of unnatural deaths, that causes us to cry and mope unnaturally about it.
And we've seen the same thing.
And y'all be
in
reading the
across
fuck out of
the
that Bible.
country.
Y'all be reading the fuck out of that Bible over and over, going to the fucking church, and it tells you right there over and over. I don't even fucking believe in the fucking religion.
And that's bearing itself
I don't
out
believe in the
not
Bible.
just
I
at
don't
these
believe in
town
fucking
halls, but in
religion or
the
nothing like
polling,
that.
too.
But it tells
Trump
you right
has enjoyed
there.
net positive
It
support
tells
for
you
the
right
first
there.
month of his
Doing
presidency.
unnatural
As
things
sad as that is to say,
comes with
but
unnatural
that number
problems.
has just flipped to net negative based on polling from the Washington Post, Reuters,
What is
Quinnipiac,
it,
and CNN.
our old order
He's
list?
underwater
I
on
wonder if
ending
it tells us
DEI
what it used
programs
to
in the
cost.
military, on banning trans military members from serving, on pardoning
Fucking
January
grocery
6th
list was
insurrectionists,
$100.
on doing mass firings of federal employees,
to like
on shutting down
500.
USAID, which provides humanitarian assistance to low-income countries, and on blocking health agencies from communicating with the American public. But he is the most underwater on having deputized Elon Musk. According to the Washington Post, Musk having a prominent role in the administration is viewed as a bad thing, 54-28 by a nearly 2-to-1 ratio. The Post Ipsos poll showed Americans disapproved by a similarly wide margin, 52-26, of Musk shutting down federal government programs that he decides are unnecessary, and Americans said 63-34 that they are concerned about Musk's team getting access to their data, which is the subject of high-profile legal fights. Even 37% of Republican-leaning voters said they are at least somewhat concerned about Musk getting their data. So clearly, what Elon is doing is unpopular. Trump allowing him to do it is unpopular. And these Republican lawmakers and senators allowing Trump and Elon to usurp all of their power.
Everybody
is
wants
also
to know what the
unpopular.
truth is,
And look,
but
I
you
get
really don't
the
want
gamble
to.
that these
You don't want to
Republican
know what the
officials
truth
made.
is.
They don't want
The
to do
truth
anything
is, this
to
shit
earn
is
the
if
scorn
shit
of
doesn't
Trump
work,
because
take
he's
your
threatening
ass
with
back
a
to the
primary
land
challenge,
and
of
migrate
course,
and
Elon
grow.
will
And
fund it.
you don't even
And
grow your
so
own food.
they'll
You
just
go
do
and
whatever
eat
he and
food.
Elon want.
You go and
But
eat
what they
food.
didn't take into account
That's what
was
we're
that if
supposed
the
to be doing.
voters
And here we
themselves
are doing this
lashing
shit
out,
and trying to
then
make
that
it work
is a more
because we want this
immediate problem
materialistic
than the
shit.
prospect of a primary challenge
Alright,
at some point
you'll
in the
see what
future.
happens.
And mark my words, they will be responsive to their own voters. Certainly more than they're going to be responsive to some idle threat by Trump. And so the answer here is to put pressure on these Republican officials, because if they start to see that they
All
are
I know
losing
is
support
Elon Musk
from the very
and
people
Trump are
responsible
pussy-ass
for
dudes
keeping
with
them
power.
in their
That's all I-
jobs,
that's
for
all I see.
responsible for voting them
Pussy-ass
into
dude with
office,
power.
then that becomes
And
existential. in a
motherfuckers
way
don't even
that
got
Trump's
power,
threats
because I tell you
can't
what,
be.
they won't even
If
get
you
with me
live in these
by
districts,
themselves, dog.
show
I
up at
swear
these
they
town
won't get with
halls.
me by themselves.
Call these people. Go
Oh,
to their
bitch
field
asses.
offices. Go to their DC offices. These are the people that we need to
Pussy-ass
lean on.
motherfuckers
And look,
running us,
I know
dog.
that a lot of the
Tripping,
focus has
dog.
been
Like,
on
I ain't looking for
Democrats
nobody to
lately
be no,
because-
I'm a badass, I can
because
beat your
Democrats
ass.
have been something
You know what I'm
of a
saying? 'Cause those be the
disaster.
ones that
But
be
the
trying to
reality is that even
take
if we
care of
have
you. You know what I'm saying?
100%
like me.
consensus
You
among
see what I'm saying?
Democrats, even if Democrats are perfect,
No, I'm just talking out
we
loud.
still don't have the power, the numbers to actually do anything. But when we start chipping away at Republicans, that's a different story. And if one Republican steps up and caves to the pressure, that then gives a permission structure for other Republicans to do the same. And remember, they've got a 3-seat majority in the House, which means it doesn't take much to block Trump's agenda. But it starts by doing exactly what these constituents are doing right now, which is showing up, getting loud, and voicing their dissatisfaction with what is going on in Washington, D.C. And let's be clear, doing that doesn't make you some radical Marxist. Like, if you're a conservative, I beg of you to put Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or some Democrat in the shoes of Donald Trump right now. Using Elon, using some multi-billionaire donor as his personal wrecking ball for programs that people need, programs that conservatives need, is different from eliminating government waste. Cancer research is not government waste. Air traffic controllers are not government waste. Medicaid is not government waste. Social Security is not government waste. Look, I get that Elon Musk doesn't care because he doesn't rely on any of these, but a hell of a lot of people in this country do, including Republicans. And the only way that we keep these programs is if Republican voters do what we are seeing the beginnings of right now, which is to speak out. Your elected officials are accountable to you, not Donald Trump and not Elon Musk. The good news is that you get to remind them of that every day, and the better news is that they have a vested interest in listening. Next up are previews of my interviews with Jon Favreau and Jen Psaki, but just a quick note, as always, this is my once weekly video podcast, which is identical to my once weekly audio podcast. In this video only, once per week, I have sponsors. So here's a quick word from some sponsors,
sure,
and then
buddy.
previews of my interviews with Jon Favreau and Jen Psaki. No Lie is brought to you by Beam. So let's talk
Motherfuckers
about
try and
sleep,
promote,
which I feel
Trump
like
too.
is my mortal enemy. In case you can't tell, I'm pretty high-strung, and it's pretty difficult for me to wind down and turn my brain off at the end of the day, which means I don't sleep easily, and bad sleep leaves me feeling exhausted in the morning, and that doom loop just sucks. Time when you go to a portfolio that matches you.
Commercials and shit.
Thing just
jobs, we're scared, And I think we need to tell those stories, and I think we need to be fighting for those people and fighting for everyone. And I don't actually think it's, I know we have been dissecting messaging and strategizing over it for the last several years. This to me is just like, be a human.
I didn't see that visual.
Like you are, there's a veteran who served 20 years, 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, disabled, works at the Bronx VA hospital, goes into his job and logs onto his computer and finds out he's fired. He's got 4 kids at home.
Shit.
Like, what are we doing?
Right. This is supposed to be like the big, evil, diabolical, like government waste, and like these are regular people who are, by the way, also Republicans who just work regular jobs, jobs that aren't just important so that people can feed their families, but that are beneficial to the country, that keep us safe, that make sure that our nukes, for example, are watched over, that make sure our food supply is safe.
Like, I don't know. I mean, we're the Democrats.
Now I gotta get sympathy to
we think that our job is
like, hey,
to
I feel
fight
bad
for
for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? But shit, where was my
into
sympathy,
the government, so that they can.
Oh, it's because I work at McDonald's. My bad. That's my bad. I ain't nobody, but you is somebody.
That they can get government services when they need them. That there's going to be schools.
You know what? What I say is go get a job at McDonald's. That's what I say. Go
Chick-fil-A
place pretty
Social
good.
Security, and that they're going to be able to get health care when they need it.
Your broke ass.
Just basic stuff.
Yeah.
That they're going to be able to, like, when they work really hard, that they're going to be able to, like, not live in poverty, put food on the table. And we want to have a government that is on the side of those people, and not a government that is hollowed out so that people who don't need a tax cut, and some of them weren't even asking for it, can get more money from the government.
I'm really glad that you said the point that we can just talk to regular people who this is all impacting, because I think we fall into this trap of wanting to talk about these issues in like a theoretical sense, and it's hard for people to really connect with that stuff because it's just part of like the political banter in the zeitgeist, right? But to your exact point, and this is what was especially effective during the campaign, is like people don't have trust in politicians. They trust even the commentators who are on their side. They'll trust those people more than they would the politicians, but you're going to have, partisan affiliations clouding how people perceive even the political commentators. But when you have regular people, and this is something that Sarah Longwell has talked about at Republican Voters Against Trump, those are the people who kind of garner the most trust among the vast majority of Americans, those people who aren't overtly political, who just have a story to share. And by the way, that was a strategy that Democrats leaned on ahead of 2018, those midterms, when really it was a referendum on trying to undo the ACA.
Yeah.
And when you can hear about the regular people across the country who that would impact, that's what really resonated. And of course, that election was a huge backlash against Trump and Republicans who are trying to strip Obamacare funding away and trying to do that repeal and replace. Even though there's nothing to replace it with, but really the benefits by virtue of making those people front and center really presented themselves in a way that we hadn't seen before. How much of a five-alarm fire is the fact that already in what should be his honeymoon period, Trump's approval is dropping even below the point that Biden's was at in this point in his presidency?
Well, first of all, every White House denies they look at polls, and they all pour over every poll
they be Peter
and
watching,
get updated internal polling every week.
They be looking at all kinds
don't
of
let
polls.
anyone tell you otherwise. And I'm sure they're looking at that within the Trump
they
White
definitely
House.
looking at
now,
Peters.
the numbers this morning were startling if you're working in a White House, because it showed a dramatic drop, as you just said, and it does show that the impact of his policies it matters. People are seeing it and they're like, wait, is this what I voted for? Is this what I, pulled the lever for? And I think that's what you're seeing. I don't know if I'd call it a five-alarm fire, and I don't think Democrats or people who are opposing the Trump administration should see it as we've won, it's over.
Yeah.
It's just an indication that activism matters, that people speaking out and calling out and explaining the impact on communities of his policies matters. And that all of these things, I mean, there were moments after the election, I don't know about you, actually I know because we talked about this, it felt like, is anything we're saying mattering? Does it matter? And I think the answer is it does. And that's one of the things that these numbers tell you.
To watch the full reviews with Jon Favreau and Jen Psaki, click the thumbnails right here on the screen or check out the interviews playlist on my YouTube channel. You can also click the link on the screen to listen to the audio version of this episode, and of course to watch more of my content, the subscribe button's on the screen as well.
I'm good. Fuck you, dude. You sound like you're a minor.
On Tuesday, 21 DOJ staffers resigned from the department, leaving behind an unapologetic letter criticizing the way Elon Musk was running things. In the letter, which was obtained by the Associated Press, the former staffers said that they did not want to use their skills and expertise to, quote, dismantle critical public services. They wrote, "We swore to serve the American people and uphold our oath to the Constitution across presidential administrations. However, it has become clear that we can no longer honor those commitments. We will not use our skills as technologists to compromise core government systems, jeopardize American sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services. We will not lend our expertise to carry out or legitimize DOJ's actions." Among
I think
those
what
who
happened was
resigned
he
from
thought
the
there was a lot of
department
more
were
rich guys than
engineers,
there were
data
poor.
scientists, designers, and
And
product
the
managers.
Republicans,
40 people have already
he
been
thought they were
laid
gonna
off
side
from the
with him, and it's
department
all
since
fucking
Trump was
crumbling.
inaugurated,
It's like, oh,
but
shit.
those were
There's
mostly
more poor
non-technical
Republicans
staffers
than
such as
there's
designers,
Democrats.
product managers, human resources officials, and contracting staff. There was one engineer who was laid off with this otherwise non-technical bunch, and he believes it was because he was outspoken in his support of Kamala Harris during the 2024 presidential election. Of those 40 laid-off workers, the letter said, these highly skilled civil servants were working to modernize Social Security, veteran services, tax filing, health care, disaster relief, student aid, and other critical services. Their removal endangers millions of Americans who rely on these services every day. The sudden loss of their technology expertise makes critical systems and Americans' data less safe. These 21 resignations, while they may not help the American people win back the services that have already been lost, will hopefully help to at least hinder any further dismantling of our existing government services. And you might be wondering, if these people don't like Elon Musk or the work that he's doing with DOJ, then why did they sign up to work in the department? Well, they didn't. These were federal employees, not elected officials, who had worked for the U.S. government through several administrations.
Man,
These
that shit was
types of
thick.
roles
All
are
homo, I had to suck
nonpartisan,
that shit
and
out.
they're not attached to any
Ugh.
president. They don't leave whenever the administration changes. Also, these employees had worked for the United States Digital Service, or the USDS, but once Trump took over, their work had been integrated into DOJ. The USDS was originally established during the Obama administration in response to the rocky rollout of healthcare.gov, if any of you remember that. According to AP News, the signers of the resignation letter had all previously held senior level positions at large tech corporations, but they chose to work for the USDS out of a sense of duty to the American people. They alleged that as Trump was readying the White House and the country for his administration, the incoming Department of Government Efficiency conducted a series of mysterious interviews with USDS workers. They said several of these interviewers refused to identify themselves, asked questions about political loyalty, attempted to pit colleagues against each other, and demonstrated limited technical ability. This process created significant security risks. It was clear during the interviews that the people coming in would be in charge of various aspects of American government and American life, and they weren't qualified to do the job that they were about to do. It was also clear that they were in those lofty positions likely because they were loyal to Trump and or Elon Musk. Elon Musk, for his part, said that many of those who resigned in the letter were Democratic holdovers who would have soon been laid off anyway, even though, as I mentioned earlier, these are nonpartisan positions. But Cordell Schachter, the recent and now former Chief Information Officer at the U.S. Department of Transportation, put it this way: move fast and break things may be acceptable to someone who owns a business and owns the risk, and if things don't go well, the damage is compartmentalized. But when you break things in government, you're breaking things that belong to people who didn't sign up for that. In other words, despite Trump and Elon's belief that the government should be run like a business, the government is not a business. It's not supposed to be run like one. The priorities are supposed to be different. In business, all that matters is the bottom line, which results in more money for the people at the top, which presumably trickles down to the employees down below. That means that businesses are incentivized to cut costs and increase revenue in any way possible, even if that results in companies delivering a lesser product or service for more money to its customers, and even if that means employees get less benefits, lower salaries, and negligible raises. Businesses do not care about people beyond what it can extract from them, whether that's labor from employees or money from its customers. Government, on the other hand, is supposed to be all about people. It's essentially in place to manage money and resources in a way that it benefits the nation as a whole. That means the land, the wildlife, the infrastructure, and ultimately the people.
Oh, that shit's
the
fucked
people
though, girl.
pay into the system, which they are required to do, and then the people elect officials to manage those funds. We elect them based on how and where they promise to spend the money that we've already given them. And that's why we have different political ideologies. Some people would prefer money spent over here, while others would prefer it spent over there instead. But the more money a government takes in from the citizens in tax revenue, the better the quality of life is supposed to be for the citizens. If it's not, then people get to choose different money managers in the next
Well, those
election.
citizens who are
The
rich
problem with
have
our
to pay
modern
their
democracy
taxes.
in this country is that so many voting Americans are woefully unaware of how their money is actually being spent. Those are the people who think what Elon Musk is doing to our government is great, and they're easily fooled. Elon Musk can complain about bureaucracy all he wants because honestly, who is a fan of bureaucracy? It's the worst, right? It's probably the most viscerally felt frustration amongst all Americans, and it is nothing short of infuriating. If someone tells me that they want less bureaucracy and more efficiency, I'm all for it. Who wouldn't be? But that is not what Elon Musk is doing. And if you're still falling for his simplistic rhetoric, then it's because you want to believe that the richest man in the world is, for some reason, looking out for you when all he's ever doing is looking out for himself.
Really?
You don't become the richest
Like, how many
person
times
in
we
the
have to
world
tell these
without
people
first
this?
being
I'm
the most
just
selfish person
dumbfounded.
in the world. And for those of you who think that Elon isn't doing any of this for his own financial benefit, because he doesn't need the money, or because he's actually losing money doing all of this, that is incredibly naive. No one needs as much money as Elon already has, and yet he's constantly seeking more. Also, the money he's about to make off of all of these tax cuts that he's giving to himself, essentially, not to mention the money he's already made since Trump was inaugurated, will more than make up for any of the drops in his Tesla stock price. The reality is that we've got Pinky in the Brain running our government
For
right
real.
now, and for all of us who grew up watching these cartoons and reading
Hold
comic
on now.
books,
Pinky in the
how
Brain,
come
we-
it has
we-
taken us
we
all
love Pinky in the
so long
Brain,
to
though.
recognize the
Hold on
villain when
now.
we see one? As for
You
the
have to pick somebody
administration's
else than
response
that.
to the resignations, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had this to say.
'Cause
Anyone who
even
thinks
Plankton,
protests,
we like 'em.
lawsuits, and lawfare will deter President Trump
Hey,
must
these
have
dudes
been
are their
sleeping
own
under a
level. They
rock
some
for the
scum
past
ass
several
motherfuckers,
years.
dog.
President Trump will not be deterred from delivering on the promises he made to make our federal government more efficient and more accountable to the hardworking American taxpayers. All right, that's it for me. If you got anything out of this, please like the video and subscribe to the channel for more. Thanks.
Negative. Girl, your husband works at NASA. What are y'all doing?
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, as we're seeing right now, judges across the country are really serving as a major bulwark against Donald Trump's worst excesses, Elon Musk's worst excesses in this administration. And Republicans are becoming increasingly agitated at the fact that they're not able to just barrel ahead with their agenda because these judges are standing in the way and committing the cardinal sin of upholding the law. So there was a tweet that I'll put on the screen right now about how an El Salvadorian lawmaker fired a top prosecutor and judges, and then Elon responded to that tweet, writing, "The only way to restore rule of the people in America is to impeach judges. No one is above the law, including judges. This is what it took to fix El Salvador. Same applies to America."
Yeah,
so
and our presidents
first and
too. Our
foremost,
presidents
so
are
as
doing
not
wrong.
to bury the lead here, because
they
we're
have
going to
to
get
be
into the El
reprimanded by law,
Salvadorian
too.
stuff in a minute. But what is the standard to be even able to impeach judges in this country, just to assuage any fears for folks who see what Elon is saying?
Yeah, so impeachment actually has two steps. The first is the actual impeachment, which is done in the House of Representatives by a simple majority vote. To convict someone who has been impeached, right? Impeached means that you have been, there's sort of a preliminary threshold showing of that you should be removed, but then you get a trial in the Senate, and to be removed in the Senate, you need a 2/3 vote of the Senate. So these folks are not going to get impeached given the narrow margin of the House control there, and they're definitely not going to get convicted in the Senate. So this is nothing more than bluster that we're seeing. But I can't help but note a couple of things about this, Brian, at the outset. The first is I am glad to see that Mr. Musk agrees that no one is above the law, because I could swear there is someone else who recently posted on social media that they thought they might be above the law. So perhaps Elon Musk should remind that other person that, as he said, no one is above the law. But the second thing is, Senator Lee, if only you took seriously the removal of people who deserved impeachment. I mean, I can think of one guy who was impeached for helping incite a violent insurrection in the nation's capital, trying to, instigate perhaps the hanging of a vice president or two, remember something like that's just standing in the back of my mind. And I believe, Mr. Senator Mike Lee, you voted against conviction there. So I don't think these judges have anything to worry about. I think these judges are doing their jobs. They are not above the law, but their job is to help apply the law. And I think Mike Lee really is not in much of a moral high ground position to discuss the need to remove people who have been impeached.
So this has been a recurring theme where Elon Musk has come forward with this kind of confused idea that judges shouldn't have jurisdiction to prevent aspects of the president's agenda from moving forward. Of course, what he doesn't talk about is that they have that ability to prevent the president's agenda from moving forward if the agenda is illegal. But can you talk about that idea, this mistaken notion that Republicans have that all of these judges shouldn't be able to that one single judge somewhere in this country having the power to prevent a major executive action from proceeding is somehow anti-democratic.
Yeah, so, I was reflecting on this morning, Judge. That I used to post a lot on X, when it was called Twitter. I run a site called Democracy Docket, and we post a lot of content about democracy in the courts. And inevitably, whenever I posted content about Democracy Docket, there would be a series of right-wing trolls who would say, it's not a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. I'm sure Brian, I can see on your face you have been the recipient of this before.
Yeah, this is a rectangle is a square, but a square is not a rectangle.
Correct, precisely, right. So for all of that crowd, a constitutional republic is called a constitutional republic because you have a constitution, right? The whole theory of our government is that the Constitution is supreme and that under that constitutional order, you have checks and balances and you have separation of powers. And each branch of government has overlap with the other branches, and each branch of government can prevent excesses by the other branches. And that part of that is in a constitutional republic that the court's role is to determine what the law is and whether the executive branch or Congress has violated it, and also to determine whether or not the actions of the executive branch or Congress violate the Constitution. And that ultimately it is their role, the job of each one of those federal judges they don't like, to render those opinions. And if the executive branch doesn't like it, they can appeal it to higher court and finally to the U.S. Supreme Court. But that, at the end of the day, that is what makes us a constitutional republic. Now, I will note, Brian, that since Donald Trump has become president, I don't hear so much about constitutional republics anymore.
Yeah.
Now what they say is he was elected by the American people.
And so everything he does means that he has a mandate to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, the hypocrisy is really overwhelming. The fact that it comes out in social media is not surprising. The fact that a U.S. senator like Mike Lee, who knows better, frankly, is part of this is just a sign of the moral bankruptcy of the Republican Party. Mike Lee is a smart man. He knows what the role of the courts are. He knows it's the job of judges to be doing this. He knows that this is not something that is anything other than them doing their job. But yet he has become, part of the right-wing MAGA movement because he presumably thinks he has to, or because he's undergone some transformation. Who knows?
He's getting paid.
In a nutshell, this summarizes all of the problems that America faces right now with a lack of a real Republican Party in Congress.
Yeah, this is Mike Lee going to the Elise Stefanik School of Integrity when it comes to upholding his values.
The only thing that I want to add about that is that, Elise Stefanik, who was at one point a moderate Republican,
in the garage.
then became, sort of morphed into something that is like unrecognizable from how she began her political career. She, climbed the leadership ladder in the House, got this appointment, probably the pinnacle of her career, got this appointment in the Trump administration. But now it turns out that her colleagues who, cheered her on, they're as craven as she is. And they're actually not letting her leave the House because they only have a one-seat majority. Right. So I find it precious that, here it is, Elise Stefanik is being held up from her real dream job by the same level of pure opportunistic craven politics that she became a part of.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You had also mentioned Democracy Docket. Just a quick reminder for anybody who's watching right now, if you're not signed up for Democracy Docket and you want to support the amazing work that Mark and his team are doing across the country to protect democracy, to make sure to fight against the worst excesses of this administration in the courts, which really is ground zero against what this government is doing, please make sure to sign up for Democracy Docket. I'll put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Mark, I do want to draw your attention to the fact that Elon said that this is what it took to fix El Salvador. What is your reaction to the fact that the pinnacle in terms of what the U.S. justice system should look like as far as the shadow president of the United States, Elon Musk, is concerned, is that we should be more like El Salvador when it comes to our justice system? Yeah, this is a new strand in American politics that MAGA has brought that, frankly, has shocked even me. The thing about American politics has over the years been this concept of American exceptionalism, that we are the leader of the free world, that we lead a multinational democracy coalition called NATO,
the free world. You got me fucked
that
though,
we
dog.
set the standard for the best and the brightest engineers, the best and the brightest talent, we're entrepreneurs, but also that we have the best legal system, the best business system, regulatory environment, so that all of those things can succeed. And what's really interesting is to watch that Trumpism has really turned into a movement of denigrating the United States. I mean, it's about telling us that we are the fools of the world, that everyone's taking advantage of us.
Yeah.
We are now siding with Russia and Belarus.
I mean, you got
against
Russia and
leading,
whatever fucking dictator
being the shining beacon of American democracy and foreign policy.
They be telling them what it is.
And now you see, as
but
you
over
say,
here in America,
a denigration of our legal system, a legal system which has been the envy of the world and allowed, frankly, people to become fabulously rich because there is a stable rule of law. There is a predictable enforcement of contracts. There is, a judiciary that is independent of politics, at least not as much as we should hope, but largely.
You depend on people to take care of you. This is what we deal with. This is what you're going to deal with.
A political branch. And to watch the Republican Party now, just at every turn, denigrate our legal system and say, we're not as strong as this country and our legal system's not as good as that country, is really just jarring. I mean, even in a world of a lot of jarring things coming out of the Trump administration.
Well, I think it's actually one step further than that, because it's not just the denigration of our system, but it's the simultaneous praise of autocratic systems. I mean, if you're looking at El Salvador, the new president there, who's been in office for a couple years, I may be mispronouncing this, but Bukele is engulfed in human rights crises. If you look at other presidents that this administration has cozied up to, previously Jair Bolsonaro, of course you'll have Erdogan, you'll have Putin. I mean, just as we're.
And remember who he sent love letters to in his first administration?
You have Kim Jong-un. So this is them coming out and saying the quiet part out loud, that our priority in the world is no longer to defend the prospect of peace, no longer to defend the very notion of democracy, but rather to figure out where we can derive the most financial benefit, regardless of what the systems of government are. And so if that means aligning ourselves with dictators, then and completely upending the post-World War II order that has been responsible for the longest period of peace on the planet, that in recorded American history, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean,
did we go to war with fucking Iraq?
A member of a political party and voted for a candidate who is attacking Canada and sucking up to Vladimir Putin, you need to rethink your priorities. If you are part of a political party that is denigrating the United States' judicial system and holding up El Salvador's, you need to reevaluate your political party. If you are part of a political party that thinks that somehow being aligned with Belarus is better than being aligned with Great Britain and France and our traditional allies, you really need to reevaluate your stance in politics. But this is somehow where we have wound up as a country. I mean, we have wound up in a country in which one of the two great political parties,
we're free.
You know, a political party that I have spent my career
No, you got to ride your bike with
over
not your motorcycle, but your bicycle with a helmet.
A lot of important policies. I think that George Bush was wrong about so much. I think Hillary Clinton would have been a tremendously important president. I think Kamala Harris would have been a tremendously important president. I think Bill Clinton was a great president. You know,
Bill Clinton.
I've had my disagreements with the Republican Party on just about every
name me one great president.
But where we are today is just, it is a Republican Party that is unrecognizable. And I just think that when a Mike Lee, of all people, who's, has a long family history with the Republican Party, is willing to just sacrifice that to please this tin pot dictator wannabe in the White House, it's just a really sad thing.
Yeah, perfectly put. Well, again, for those who are watching right now, to support the work that Mark and his team are doing, please sign up for Democracy Docket. I'll put a link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video.
Because if I support him, he'll become a dictator.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch.
Everybody want to be a Christian, but no one want to carry this heavy-ass cross.
All right, so I got some wild updates for you guys about Elon and Doge here. So, as you all know, he released an email the other day basically telling government employees, like, hey, send me 5 bullet points of what you did in the last week, and if you don't, I'll consider that your resignation. Obviously, this made eyes roll across America, and everybody was confused because, again,
sound like my boss.
The arrogance, the entitlement of assuming that this unelected ketamine addict hypomanic robber baron has the right and the ability to casually say,
someone you call.
Let's say only 30% of government employees respond to this email. What are you going to fire the rest of them? You're going to fire 70% of them?
I bet
you
people would love that.
Just insane. And so what happened is,
where you call them and you let them
mass
know,
chaos.
Like, this is what the company's doing.
Some heads of government agencies came out and said, yes, you better abide by this. I love Elon, or I'm going to gargle his nutsack. One of those people was RFK Jr. Loves gargling that Elon nutsack. Then you had others like Kash Patel at the FBI, who was like, you don't have to comply with this. I'm the boss, and what I say goes. Right? Department of Defense basically told Elon to kick rocks. There were others who said the opposite. Right? So just basically mass chaos. Right?
Yeah, and I like that. I like that. What's the problem?
Humiliating.
With a boss telling me
Elon
what I have to do directly.
He ran into a brick wall of the reality that some of these government agencies have people at the top who are just not going to go along with his bullshit, and they know he doesn't really have the authority to fire these people.
I want somebody to be straight
over
me.
They're telling him to fuck off, basically. So that was humiliating to Elon, right? And Trump has been useless in all this. Trump basically tepidly agreed with Elon and went along with him, but then the White House released something that I think said the opposite. And I mean, this is fucking amateur. It's a robber baron coup and a fascist takeover, but it still somehow manages to be idiot amateur hour. So Elon, feeling humiliated, decides, I'm going to go back to Twitter and I'm going to dig myself into a deeper hole. So he says the following. The email request was utterly trivial as a standard. I got to work on my Elon impression. As the standard for passing the test was to type some words and press send. Yet so many failed, even that inane test urged on in some cases by their managers. Have you ever witnessed such incompetence and contempt for how your taxes are being spent? Makes old Twitter look good. Didn't think that was possible. Again, the nerve of this guy to talk about, how your taxes are spent. What I don't want my taxes going towards are the $20 billion in subsidies to your ass. That's what I don't want my money going towards, okay? But this is him saying they couldn't do this, and that was a failure on their part, and now it's going to get worse. So then he also comes out, quote tweets this Matt Walsh thing. Matt Walsh says, fire any federal worker who didn't answer the email, fire any who complained publicly about the email, fire anyone who complained privately about the email, fire anyone who did anything but cheerfully and promptly answer it. Motherfucker, somebody should walk up to him holding a platter with boots on it and say, here are your boots to lick, bitch.
Thank
This is the
you,
biggest
George
bootlicking
Floyd,
shit I've ever seen in my
for
life. So
passing
Elon quote
away.
tweets this and says,
So this
subject to the
dude
discretion of the
can
president,
cuss.
they will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. So he's
Yeah,
fucking
my
doubling
bad.
down.
I just
He
didn't want to
creates
say the
this
word
crisis.
murder
He
on
creates
my
chaos.
channel, but yeah,
They send
thank
out
you
this
for being
email,
murdered.
right? Some of the departments are like, fuck off, we're not doing that.
thank
Other
you
ones
for
are like, yeah,
correcting me, though.
please answer that and do it.
Yeah, but
Right?
thanks
And then he
for
says
being
failure to
murdered.
respond a second time will result in termination. Guys,
So we can.
they don't even have the
Not
infrastructure.
me.
If
Shit,
these
I've been
emails were
cussing
sent to
and
them,
shit, so
to
these
go
professional
through
people
them.
can start cussing now.
Never
Thank you,
mind the fact
George.
he has no fucking authority. Like, who are
You hear
you?
him? You hear his mouth? It sounds like a
You're the
potty
world's
ass
richest
fucking dude,
robber
dog.
baron. You're completely unelected. You're a hypomanic ketamine addict. Who are you to determine I'm
This dude
going to
talking about
fire
ketamine.
millions
This
of
motherfucker
government
drink wine
employees
and takes
because they didn't send an email that I
Xanax.
want
And
to
I know this
This
fool
is
takes Xanax because his
and
mama
a
takes
Democratic
Xanax.
senator pointed this out, Tina Smith or whatever her name is. This is the ultimate dick boss move. Just like their whole thing about
Or
shut the fuck
Soma's.
up and
That's
get back
the
to the
favorite one
office.
too. Soma's,
Right?
Xanax,
Like,
and
work
Soma's.
from home. You might even be more productive at home. But I
Soma
don't care.
shuffles.
I want to have dominion over you. I want to coerce you. I want to exercise my power over you, so shut the fuck up and get back in the office. Oh, does that ruin your plans? Does that make it so you have to find somebody to drive the kids to school? Does that throw a wrench in the middle of your day? Does that fuck everything up? Do we not have the ability to create an orderly process where literally every government worker works from an office? Well, too bad. Suck it up. You're going to fucking do it. They're trying to terrorize these people. They're trying to terrorize these people. Okay. So that's the update on that, but then we also get this. You ready? Doge staffers resign after being asked to dismantle critical public services. All who resigned had previously held senior roles at tech companies like Google and Amazon. So, let me just say up front about this. Okay, these aren't like the OG Doge staffers who are like the pilled up 19-year-olds and 21-year-old groypers who were doing all the dirty work for Elon Musk. This is basically a different government agency that he sort of absorbed into Doge. And the reason he did it is because these are like the actual tech experts who know what they're doing. And so in Elon's mind, these people became part of Doge. And 21 of them said, you're crazy. The stuff you're asking for is insane and illegal. I'm going to have no part of this. Ready? So this is from the AP. More than 20 civil service employees resigned Tuesday from billionaire Trump advisor Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, saying they were refusing to use their technical expertise to dismantle critical public services. We swore to serve the American people and uphold our oath to the Constitution across presidential administrations, the 21 staffers wrote in a joint resignation letter, a copy of which was obtained by the Associated Press. However, it became clear that we can no longer honor those commitments. The employees also warned that many of those enlisted by Musk to help him slash the size of the federal government under President Donald Trump's administration were political ideologues who did not have the necessary skills or experience for the task ahead of them. The mass resignation of engineers, data scientists, and product managers is a temporary setback for Musk and the Republican president's tech-driven purge of the federal workforce. It comes amid a flurry of court challenges that have sought to stall, stop, or unwind their efforts to fire or coerce thousands of government workers out of jobs. The staffers who resigned worked for what was known as the United States Digital Service, an office established during Obama's administration after the botched rollout of healthcare.gov, the web portal that millions of Americans use to sign up for insurance plans through the Democrat signature healthcare law. All had previously held senior roles at such tech companies as Google and Amazon and wrote in their resignation letter that they joined the government out of a sense of duty to public service. Trump's empowerment of Musk upended that. The day after Trump's inauguration, the staffers wrote they were called into a series of interviews that foreshadowed the secretive and disruptive work of Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. According to the staffers, people wearing White House visitors badges, some of whom would not give their names, grilled the nonpartisan employees about their qualifications and politics. Some made statements that indicated they had a limited technical understanding. Many were young and seemed guided by ideology and fandom of Musk, not improving government
That fool's
technology.
musty.
Jesus Christ. So in other words, the big balls, the 19-year-old pilled-up groyper asshole who's loyal to Elon Musk and who previously gave away company secrets for one company he worked for to another company, right? And the one who ran some underground fucking smut website with all sorts of horrible stuff on it. The people like Big Balls were interviewing these government employees who actually do real tech work. The ones who said, oh, there was a botched rollout for healthcare.gov. Let us fix it. We'll come in and fix it. We'll work on technological improvements in the government. These are serious people who have a belief in public service, right? They're being interviewed by Adderall-sniffing 19-year-old Elon Musk ball coddlers. And they're probing about, do you love President Trump? Do you love Elon Musk? What do you think about the government? Oh, my God, bro. Oh, my God. So in other words, 21 of these people resigned. And guys, let me be clear. These are the people who actually know what the fuck they're doing. Right? These are the people who really understand technology.
Oh, they must be comfortable to quit their jobs like that.
Wow, bro. Wow. So, it's definitely a setback for them. Because now when you bark orders and none of your people know what the fuck they're doing, right? Maybe you can't do as much damage. That's the idea. But I got more for you. Ready? So, as you all know, because of the legal trouble Elon is in, and he's in a lot of legal trouble because of the illegal hacking of our government and deleting agencies and freezing spending. Because of that, the White House said the other day, "Who, bro? Elon? Elon? I don't even know who Elon is, bro. Oh, that Elon? Well, that Elon, he actually, he's got nothing to do with Doge. Nothing at all, actually. Thanks for asking. No. He's cool. He's not even working in the administration. No, he doesn't. He's never done anything, bro, actually. Like, they released a statement being like, oh, actually, Elon's not the head of Doge. He has nothing to do with Doge. Bitch, what the...
We do here.
They feel genuinely and sincerely and truly invincible, and they think you're a fucking idiot, and you could pull the wool over their eyes, or they could pull the wool over your eyes. They really think that. They really think that. They think you're gonna buy. Oh yeah, Elon, he's got nothing to do with that. The reason he's doing that is because he knows he's in legal trouble. He doesn't want to deal with it. So he's saying, Doge, I don't even know what Doge is, bro. Well, guess what? They come out and say, no, it's not Elon running this thing. It's this woman is the head of Doge. This woman over here. Ready?
There's a white woman.
A mother of two who is currently on vacation in Mexico is the interim leader of the Department of Government Efficiency, the White House finally confirmed Tuesday. They picked a fall woman who clearly has nothing to do with... Gets worse. Ready for this? We just talked about the work from home, forcing them to go back to the office. This is from Jeff Stein of the Washington Post. Just in, Musk's team has mass terminated hundreds of government leases while simultaneously demanding federal workers go back to the office 5 days a week. Quote, where are we supposed to tell them to go? One federal supervisor tells me. Guys, this is all on purpose. They are terrorizing these workers. They want to terrorize government workers into leaving the government. And they want the government to be, as the old saying goes, so small you can drown it in a bathtub. They want to slash it to the bone. And the only thing they want the government there for is for them to loot the treasury. We get all the corporate welfare. We get all the tax cuts. We get all the subsidies. We do what we want. And there is no Medicare. There is no Medicaid. There is no Social Security. There is no home heating assistance. There is no nutrition assistance for babies. There is no food stamps. There is no anti-scam police, which he dismantled. There is no Department of Education. There are, flight safety officials. Let's fire all them and then give Elon the contract where he'll use Starlink in order to do it. Oh, look at that. Another plane crashed. Wild. This guy should be locked up. This guy should be locked up. How many crimes does one have to commit before you say, you know what? You got to go. You got to be locked up. Now, I've been saying that according to Legal Eagle, yes, a lot of what Elon is doing is illegal.
Depends on what your skin looks like.
It's not necessarily criminally illegal, right? And that's a problem. Because here you have a guy who's committing all these violations. He's refusing to listen to the court, but he still hasn't crossed a criminal line. Well, guess what? That may have changed. I'm not a lawyer, but that may be the case that changed. Ready? This is according to Dropsite and Ryan Grimm. He says this, quite a scandal. Biden was prepared to spend a few $100,000 on Teslas for the State Department, and the Trump administration altered that number to $400 million, then backdated the records to make it look like Biden did it.
Damn.
The state canceled the contract after Dropsite News exposed it.
Damn.
Those should ask us for tips in saving actual money for the taxpayer beyond just canceling Reuters subs. So do you understand that? Biden allocated $483,000 for electric vehicle purchases from Tesla. $483,000.
Yeah.
Trump and Musk go back and change it to $400 million and backdate it to make it look like Biden did it. How is that not fraud? How is that not fraud?
Yeah, that's
How is that
fraud.
also not, I don't know, would forgery count? I guess that's just for your name, but basically trying to make it look like Biden wrote this. He didn't. It was written by Elon and Trump.
Trash.
He may have actually crossed a criminal line here. He may have actually crossed a criminal line. And again, we're going to cut government to the bone. Give me. I want the $20 billion in subsidies. I want a new $400 million contract over here and a new $1 billion contract over here. So apparently he's slashing for every good thing like cancer research for
Yeah,
kids
who'd
at the
you voted
NIH.
for, dude? I need you to tell
Slash
me who
that,
you
but
voted
give
for
me
before you start talking,
$400
dog.
million of taxpayer money.
Because I'm like,
Oh my God!
all these
Special
Democratic
place in hell for
fucking
this
white
man.
dudes
that
be,
might actually be criminal.
you know, Trump
I hope
did,
Legal
Trump,
Eagle releases a video on this one and tells
somebody
me
voted
what the
his
deal is
bitch
with
ass
this one.
in.
And then finally, God damn it!
Somebody
from the
voted
Daily
his bitch
Beast,
in, and he was
federal
the-
workers
he-
who
about
followed
him,
Elon
he said
Musk's
he was the most
directive to
popular
justify their
president to get
jobs
voted
in an
in.
email now have a new concern.
So
AI could be
somebody
deciding
voted
their
for his
fate.
bitch ass.
So the reporting is they are feeding all of this information into AI and asking AI, who should lose their job? Who should we terminate? Who should we fire? Your livelihood is dependent on AI right now if you're a federal worker.
You heard him?
Prison, 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 prison. Lock him up. Throw away the key.
Shit, bro.
Cut off all of
I
his
think you'd be-
subsidies.
I think you'd be locked
this
up
is
too if I
fucking
looked at your
untenable.
shit. I think
do
you'd be
anything
locked
and
up too if I
everything
looked
you
at
have
your
to do
shit.
to stop this robber baron coup. That rhymed. We've never seen anything like this. This has to stop. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right.
How about use your cuss words properly? Fuck you, bitch.
Okay, let's talk about the election, because in the run-up to the election, even on election night itself, Donald Trump baselessly accused Democrats of cheating. As soon as the results started to come in and showed them going his way, he stopped. Silence. Nothing about that. It seems to me that Republicans claim voting fraud and election integrity when you lose and not when you win.
Bitch, that's the best
No,
news.
I mean,
Bitch, that's the
again,
best news you can come up
as I
with.
said before, this election I think was the greatest political comeback we've ever seen. I mean,
What's up, everybody? Major Retired Richard Ojeda here, and let's get one thing clear. Was there ever actual voter fraud in 2020? That's the question that's been hanging over this country, dividing us.
I don't know about that. That ain't been hanging over my fucking
head.
Always the white
Because
folks
if
be
the
doing
answer
that
is
shit,
no,
they
if there was no
swear
fraud,
they be
then what
the Holy
we've been
Bible is
witnessing
the
isn't
Jesus
just a
Christ that, but they
political
be
fight.
fucking
It's a sinister
holding
game.
that
A
law book right
manipulation
close
of
to their
truth
heart and
so
shit.
deep and corrosive that it serves
United
only
States
one
and this,
purpose:
United
power.
Y'all might as well let that. Y'all might as well let that shit go, dog.
colleagues claiming
Just start a whole new religion of
election
fucking laws,
irregularities,
which we
no
already do.
rampant voting fraud this time. Last time around, it wasn't so much about the policy differences or the personality differences. There were false claims about election fraud when Donald Trump lost. This time, Donald Trump won, and you think the election was free and fair. You see, there's a little bit of a
no, I think the Democrats got to ask, why did we go from getting 81 million to getting 70 million? What happened to those 10 million people?
2020, when the results did not go their way, Republican leaders filled the airways, fueled headlines, and corrupted conversations with one word: fraud. They marched into every courtroom, dragged out every hearing, fanned every conspiracy they could get their hands on. They told their followers that the election was rigged, that democracy itself had betrayed them, but here we are in 2024. And what do we hear now that Trump is seemingly on top? Silence. Not a peep about voter fraud. No cries of a stolen election. If election integrity mattered to them, it would matter regardless of the outcome. But that's the rub. This was never about integrity. It was about conditioning Americans to doubt our very
no
own
way. He was
democracy
lying about
if it
that. He didn't
serve
believe it
their
either.
interests. And that brings us to
Y'all
Jim
ain't
Jordan,
talking about
a man
shit,
who's
dog.
become the face of GOP deflection.
Do you believe
You're
that the
gonna use lawfare?
2024 election was free and fair?
I do. I do.
And why was it different from 2020 when he lost? Is that the only difference?
No, there were concerns about 2020 with all the mail-in voting.
There was no evidence of widespread fraud in 2020. It went through many, many different court cases. And I do think, and I do think the name calling,
That's what I was concerned about.
The name calling was very strong on the Republican side of the aisle from the former president, and you know that. So
This is a man who has spent years feeding the big lie, pushing the notion that our election systems can't be trusted, stoking the fires of conspiracy to keep his base agitated and loyal. But suddenly, when it suits him, he's quiet on the issue. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's a masterclass in deceit, a play to keep the power structure intact by any means necessary. Thank goodness for Dana Bash, because she did what too few journalists do. She held his feet to the fire. She didn't let him sidestep, didn't allow him to spin his web of talking points. Bash kept coming back, pushing, questioning, demanding accountability. And what do we see from Jim Jordan? A man caught, scrambling to avoid the truth like a cornered animal. Jordan didn't want to be accountable, didn't want to answer to the American people, because he knows the truth. He knows that the Republican agenda, Trump's agenda, is rotten to the core. He knows it's an agenda that would strip Americans of their rights, dismantle the systems that keep our society functional, and hand power to the narrow, wealthy elite. But this isn't just about one man, one moment. It's about a pattern, an insidious strategy Republicans have deployed to desensitize Americans to their lives, to normalize deceit as a routine part of governance. If they can get us to accept one lie, what's to stop them from selling us more? This is their game plan, to make us numb to dishonesty, to condition us to see truth as flexible, to get us to a place where we accept the unacceptable. This isn't politics as usual. This is an assault on the very idea of truth, and they're banking on Americans being too worn out to fight back. Let's be clear. Jim Jordan isn't representing the people.
Well, they won, yeah.
He's not fighting for the working class families who put their faith in him, who trust him to look out for their best interests. No, Jordan is fighting for his donors, for the corporations, the elites, the powerful interests that bankroll his career and keep his seat warm in Washington. He's a mouthpiece for those who stand to benefit the most from a government that's free to disregard the law, manipulate the system, and serve a tiny, wealthy few at the expense of everyone else. His loyalty isn't to his constituents. It's to the people who are buying his influence, funding his political
Trump
machine.
is being crooked while he's in the presidential seat.
Jim
Man,
Jordan
who does
and his
that?
allies don't just avoid accountability for themselves. They avoid it at the expense of
I think
real
all the presidents did that shit.
While they play their games, families lose their health care. Workers lose their pensions. Retirees see their Social Security at risk. And when these Americans ask why, when they demand to know how their lives could be so upended, they're met with the same old dismissive deflection. Imagine a working class parent who's just lost their job, their benefits gone, facing retirement with nothing. Imagine
Dude, this has been going on. I'm trying to understand who they talking to. They talking to the what is it? The upper middle class? The upper middle class? Because I mean,
every single person
we struggling down here.
Ask him for the truth. Now let's talk about what this Republican agenda really means for our country.
Yeah, like this has just started happening. This shit, it's been happening,
bro. It's a calculated dismantling of democracy itself. They want to strip away
your fucking job that's up in arms. Now we gotta fix
this country a playground for the rich and powerful. Imagine a nation with no federal oversight, no safety nets, no accountability. That's the future they're crafting. A future where workers lose their overtime, where public education is gutted, where environmental protections vanish, leaving our water and air vulnerable to pollution and destruction. The stakes couldn't be higher. If we let this slide, if we accept this kind of dishonesty, we're accepting a future where the American dream is nothing more than a cruel joke. A future where opportunity is reserved for the wealthy, where our environment, our health, our freedoms are all for sale to the highest bidder. A future where questions are met with deflection, where the powerful laugh in our faces while they strip us of our rights. Jim Jordan and his allies want a world where the rules
who's this dude talking to?
At the bottom, while those at the top
I feel like they're just talking to like white people and shit without saying
it. They get away with everything while we are
who are you talking to?
Absolutely nothing. And let's not kid ourselves about what
shit ain't brand new here.
Every deflection, every evasion, every dodge is part of a cynical, calculated power grab. They want us worn out, too frustrated to keep demanding answers, too tired to keep pushing back. They want us desensitized, numb to their lies, ready to accept whatever they say without question. Because once we stop questioning, they win. Once we stop holding them accountable, they get the America that they want. A place where power is concentrated at the top, where everyone else is left scrambling for scraps, and where truth is whatever they say it is. But here's the thing. We're not going to let them get away with this. Not on this channel. Not on this movement. Not in this country.
What you gonna do?
We're
What you
here to
gonna
call
do?
out
Keep
every
making
lie,
videos
every
and getting
evasion,
YouTube money?
every blatant attempt to manipulate and control us. Because this isn't just about winning an argument. It's about protecting our future, our democracy, our right to know the truth. We're demanding answers. We're holding them accountable. And we're not letting them desensitize us into accepting the unacceptable. Together, we're standing up. We're pushing back, and we're refusing to let this country
none of this
fall into the
computes what
hands
he's saying
of
to me, 'cause
those
I'm
who
like,
would
I don't know
strip
who the
it
fuck
for
you talking to.
parts.
You ain't talking to me.
So if you're tired of the games, if you're tired of being lied to, if you're tired of politicians like Jim Jordan dodging responsibility while your rights and your future are on the line, then join us. Stand with us as we fight for the America that belongs to all of us, not just the wealthy elite. Together, we'll keep shining a light on the truth, fighting for fairness and exposing every single one of their tricks. This is our fight, and we're not backing down. And that is an absolute fact. Sappers clear the way, airborne all the way.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I seen this video before. He's a military dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. He's like, wait, they taking away my stuff now. Now let's do something about it.
All right, CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata joins us now. Charlie, the minute that conflict started there in the Oval Office, I was thinking about you, and I want to know your reaction to that exchange between Trump, J.D. Vance, and President Volodymyr Zelensky. You've covered world conflicts. You were very involved in covering the start of this war. What do you make of that exchange?
Liz, it was absolutely astonishing to watch that unfold. We know these arguments happen, when the cameras are off. We know that President Zelensky and President Trump haven't seen eye to eye. I mean, President Trump called President Zelensky a dictator last week. I've interviewed President Zelensky not long ago. I went to the front lines with President Zelensky. As Nancy pointed out, English is not his first language, and he sometimes struggles, but he had to take issue with the argument that J.D. Vance was pushing toward him, that he wasn't grateful, wasn't thankful enough. And then when President Trump weighed in as well, he accused President Zelensky of having hatred for President Putin. Of course he has hatred for President Putin. He has expressed that hatred. Russia invaded Ukraine. I was there when Russia invaded Ukraine. I was there in 2014, 2015 when Russian-backed separatists took over parts of eastern Ukraine. And then, as President Zelensky pointed out, that there was a sort of diplomatic resolution to that, and yet the fighting continued. And on that note, by the way, President Putin has said that there were provocations, that Ukraine was fighting Russia. And that's true. The Ukrainian military had continued to fight Russian separatists, Russian-backed separatists in that Donbass region after 2014, 2015, after the Minsk agreement, all the way up until the Russian invasion. But make no mistake, Russia invaded Ukraine, not just taking over Crimea, that's in the past. This is the full-scale invasion, and while I was there, it was every indication, as President Zelensky pointed out today, yes, Ukraine was going to fall in 3 days. Those were the original predictions. I saw those Russian tanks. I was there when those airstrikes were coming in. This is a one-sided war, and I will go further to say that Ukraine cannot win without America's support. President Trump pointed out that he was the first to armed Ukraine with very important weapons at the time, the Javelins. These were anti-tank weapons, and really did stop the Russians in their tracks. That was a significant step forward. But now look how far we've come with all the artillery, all of the aircraft, tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles. Most importantly, the air defense systems. Those are absolutely critical to defend Ukraine. And then the long-range weapons, that was very contentious at the time. The ATACMS, they said, we can't use long-range U.S. weapons that might be used to hit Russian territory, and all of that has come up. So, yes, I think everybody is in agreement that this war needs to end. We have to stop people from getting killed. But this has really given President Putin, I mean, we're going to talk about cards.
How's the fight on tobacco and beer goes in?
Yeah, I was going to ask you next. Well, how do you think he's reacting to this? Because you know that he watched this entire exchange. He must be celebrating.
Absolutely. He will be. Moscow will be celebrating, too, because when I was watching that fight take place in the Oval Office, all that was going through my mind is neither one of these sides is going to win, but President Putin will win. He will have looked at this with glee. They'll be celebrating today because of he has tried to draw a division between the United States, the Trump administration, and President Zelensky. Putin knows that without American support, he wins. I mean, he will take whatever he needs because even with American support, the Ukrainians have been suffering. It's been a stalemate for 6 or 7 months. The winter is always difficult. The fighting continues, but there hasn't been a real change of territory on either side. But Russia's huge. They've got much more manpower. They've got much more air power. That's critical. They haven't even really used what they can use in terms of their air power. Have a larger military, larger population. So, you know, Putin's in it for the long run. If it was ever a war of attrition, President Putin and Russia were going to win. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't think anybody can guess what's going to happen from here. Now, what we saw was a sort of heated emotional exchange. We don't tend to see that in front of the cameras. I can guarantee that those sort of arguments do happen behind closed doors because this is diplomacy and everybody wants to bring an end to it. I know what kind of character President Zelensky is. He's fiery. If anything, I was looking at him and I thought he was kind of restraining himself because if you looked at his facial expression, I'll tell you this, he understands more than he can speak in terms of his grasp of the English language. So he understands all of it, but he struggles to put his sentences together as anybody else who has other languages that they speak. So I was looking at his facial expressions as he was hearing what President Trump and J.D. Vance was saying to him, these accusations, especially that Ukraine was ungrateful for the backing of American support. So, you know, I can't imagine how the people in Ukraine are feeling tonight. It will be betrayal, abandonment, et cetera, et cetera. As President Zelensky and others have said, there's nobody more than the people of Ukraine who want to see this war come to an end. The idea of joining NATO, I think they were willing to sacrifice that. The idea of having to let Russia continue to keep the land that they occupy, I think they were giving that away too. The idea of European peacekeepers on their territory, I think that's a reality that they're going to have to come to terms with because whatever happens, the conflict does have to come to an end. There are too many people getting killed on both sides. But the people in Ukraine will feel disheartened tonight.
majority of this country is for abortion, is for equal opportunity for women who are pregnant, disabled people, veterans, just all the different minority communities that just get ignored by politicians. And so I'm going to.
Why is she mentioning the poor though? Like. Trying to fix shit.
I'm upset that I have to look at options for fleeing the country in order for my daughter to grow up with basic human rights.
We need to push back. We need to enforce the laws that are on the books, that you can't just simply expand your powers as president simply by saying it and flaunting it and not obeying our very laws, our Constitution.
What did he tell? That's all. We have to hold to him for not following the Constitution. I'm like, bro, they been doing this, bro.
We want people to wake up, see what's actually happening. You know, if you voted for Trump, sorry, it's going to impact you too. Not going to do the I told you so, but just figure out how we're going to fix this, because we got to come together. This is going to hurt us all.
They got vanilla ice cream. Trash. Oh no, it's that song. Under pressure, weighing down on me. It sounds like Vanilla Ice's. Well, actually, Vanilla Ice is definitely. Trick. Under pressure, weighing down on me. Doom 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 da da.
I feel like the movement is growing. I mean, we've only had to deal with him for the last 16 days. So I think people are waking up to what we're faced with and are going to be coming into the streets. In 2016, you know, we didn't know what he was really going to do in office, but now we know. And
man, shut up, bitch.
I don't know.
This bitch here.
I can't understand how he got elected. I can't understand how people are okay with this, and I hope that people will start to push back before it's too late.
They say no fascist USA, but I mean, I can't even say retard. I can't say rape. I can't say white people. What are you talking about? This is before even Trump. Fascist. Stupid ass.
Women's right to bodily autonomy, immigrants' rights to be here. They make America great. Our economy is going to go so far down south if we get rid of our immigrants. So that's why I'm here fighting.
I've seen a lot of hatred, whether it be towards trans, LGBTQ,
What? We'll lose workers from our immigrants. We shouldn't even rely on immigrants to come here to do those jobs that we're not willing to pay people to do.
This is a perfect moment. History is being made right in front of me.
I don't even know the title, like whatever that type of McDonald's job is, because a job is a job no matter what, deemed not worthy that they pay them so cheap. No, you should pay everybody right, dog. What that is, shit, I don't fucking know.
there has been so much legislation passed in the past couple weeks since January 20th. Unfortunately, a lot of it, we knew it was coming. If you read Project 2025, the writing was on the wall. It was all there. But now that we're all starting to really feel those effects and see, how bad it's getting, again, we need to get that gone. We need to get a hold of Washington again. We need to get people who are for the people.
I felt like it was important to come today because there's just a lot impacting several minority communities. I'm a woman, I come from an immigrant family, I have chronic illnesses. Trans rights are also at stake right now, LGBTQ rights as well, and I care about all of that, so I wanted to come out and feel like my voice was heard and feel like I was actually doing an action.
Feel like you were doing something. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the only minority that is ruining America is the billionaires. It's them. It's no one else except for them.
I think the majority of this country is for abortion, is for equal opportunity for women who are pregnant, disabled people, veterans, just all the different minority communities that just get ignored by politicians. And so I'm here today to show my support.
I'm upset that I have to look at options for fleeing the country in order for my daughter to grow up with basic human rights.
Ain't gonna work. Ain't no other country better than this one. Ain't no country less evil than this one. Bermuda, Bahama, I'm a pretty mama. Contigo, amigo, baby, why don't we go?
We need to push back. We need to enforce the laws that are on the books. That you can't just simply expand your powers as president simply by saying it and flaunting it and not obeying our very laws, our Constitution.
Went to hell.
We are the people. We are the people. We are the people.
I want people to wake up, see what's actually happening. If you voted for Trump, sorry, it's going to impact you too. Not going to do the "I told you so," but just figure out how we're going to fix this, because we got to come together. This is going to hurt us all.
Now we gotta come together. Now we gotta come together, huh? Yeah. Ain't fucking with y'all now. We gotta come together. Under pressure. Sound like a bunch of people who are upset. Like people having fun.
I feel like the movement is growing. I mean, we've only had to deal with him for the last 16 days. So I think people are waking up to what we're faced with and are going to be coming into the street.
Y'all late.
In 2016, you know, we didn't know what he was really going to do in office.
Sound like someone who voted for him.
And yeah, I don't know.
We didn't know what he was going to do. He's a fucking
understand how he got
businessman.
elected.
Like, what
I
the
can't
fuck are you
understand
talking
how
about?
people are okay with this, and I hope that
Huh?
people will start to.
I didn't know he was going to be
push
like
back
this. He's a
before
car
it's too late.
salesman. The fuck you thought he was doing? Stupid. This dude's been rich all his life and gave 2 fucks about us. And now it's, we didn't know he was going to be like this. Yeah, he didn't show me he changed. He's been the same ever since. The fuck y'all talking about? He said I can walk up to any woman and grab their pussy. That's what that man said. Not because he looks good, not because he's that type of dude, but because he has money. Ugly motherfucker, dog.
Women's right to bodily autonomy, immigrants' rights to be here. They make America great. Our economy is going to go so far down south if we get rid of our immigrants. So that's why I'm here fighting.
I'm trying to understand.
I've seen a lot of hatred, whether it be towards trans, LGBTQ, Latino, all types of communities have been just, there's just so much bias and hatred out there. I've been a victim of it.
Because if they send all the immigrants back,
History
then
is
that
being
means
made
I
right
can
in front
go
of
be
me.
a cleaning service business
will come
and
out
charge
here
up
and I'll
the
stand
ass.
for what I believe in.
Not charge up the ass like, oh, you know, you're gonna get fucked out of this, but decent money. You see what I'm saying? Like, the jobs are there. You mean that, you know, us regular people, big quotes, us regular people don't want to work those shitty jobs for shitty pays. So leave the immigrants here. That's what that guy's talking about. Well, you get rid of the immigrants, then who's gonna? There's a lot of jobs that are gonna be, man. That's where you
There has been so much legislation passed in the past couple weeks since January 20th. Unfortunately, a lot of it, we knew it was coming. If you read Project 2025, the writing was on the wall. It was all there. But now that we're all starting to really feel those effects and see, you know, how bad it's getting, again, we need to get that gone. You know, we need to get a hold of Washington again. We need to get people who are for the people.
And the fucked up part is, like, on my channel, I be trying to, like, with my shorts, trying to make the music match the video. So I go get old music, you know what I'm saying? And other creators, they just slap on the most popular songs and they just getting it. And y'all sitting here complaining about other shit, like.
I felt like it was important
It's always
to
gonna be
come
a problem.
today because there's just a lot impacting several minority communities. I'm a woman. I come from an immigrant family. I have chronic illnesses. Trans rights are also at stake right now. LGBTQ rights as well. And I care about all of that, so I wanted to come out.
How good of a
like
person
my
are
voice
you?
was heard. I
Basically,
feel like I
that's
was
their
actually in an accident.
what is it called? Their application. LGBTQ. I'm help the blacks. I help the Mexicans. I help the. Oh, you're a qualified good white person.
The only minority that is ruining America is the billionaires. It's them. It's
Minorities, the billionaires. So she talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce. They're ruining the business because they're the minorities. You ain't talking about Trump. He ain't a minority. Unless you're talking about in the sense of he don't belong to this land, then yeah, you're right. There is a lot of minorities. So if we're going to put him as a minority, then guess who else is a minority? Your white ass. To food?
Disabled people, veterans, just all the different minority communities that just get ignored by politicians. And so I'm here today to show my support.
I'm upset that I have to look at options for fleeing the country in order for my daughter to grow up with basic human rights.
That's where you wanna go to get away from it all.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
We need to push back. We need to enforce the laws that are on the book. That you can't just simply expand your powers as president simply by saying it and flaunting it and not obeying our very laws, our Constitution.
Ain't talking about you. I think it's repeating over and over. Let me see what else. Which one should I pick? What's this? Hungry Winter Bees. No, this is fucking Satanist right here. Fucking devil worshiper right
Pope
here.
Francis remains in a Rome hospital this morning as the 88-year-old
I thought he
pontiff
died a long
continues
time
his
ago.
battle with double pneumonia. This week, thousands of people have been gathering in St. Peter's Square to pray for the ailing Pope. Francis was admitted into Rome's Gemelli Hospital 2 weeks ago today after his bronchitis worsened.
Damn.
Following the latest for
I
us
ain't
from
got time
Rome
for
is
this.
CBS
I got
News foreign
bronchitis.
correspondent Chris Livesay. Chris, thanks for joining us. So what's the latest on the Pope's condition?
Good morning,
Pope
Michael. Well,
Francis.
more
I thought that
good
motherfucker
news
been
for
dead, dog.
Pope Francis. Vatican sources telling us that he continues to improve, and today he was able to alternate between high-flow oxygen and low-flow oxygen. Now, you'll recall it was last weekend when we got this scare from his hospital room when doctors reported he had what they called a prolonged respiratory crisis that necessitated blood transfusions and high-flow oxygen, but now we're hearing he's able to use some low-flow oxygen as well, requiring
Satan
less
is right there,
oxygen support.
Boy, worship the
Also
devil
of
right
note
there.
today, the Vatican
Who that
released
is.
a letter that Pope Francis wrote to liturgical leaders. What's more interesting than the content of that letter was the date. It was dated just 2 days ago. So when Pope Francis was still in his hospital room, showing that Pope Francis is clearly able to perform at least some of his duties despite being in the hospital. And we've gotten glimpses of that in the past week as well. We've heard that Pope Francis is able to talk to Catholics in Gaza, something that he's been doing since 2023, able to resume some of his old business as
he need to
usual,
go ahead
showing
and let
more
all that shit that
encouraging
the Vatican
signs
has,
for
all
Pope
that
Francis.
fucking documents and shit.
All right,
all
Chris
that
Livesay
historian
in Rome,
documents, he
thanks
needs to
for
let that
joining
shit
us.
out. Oh, harboring, what's it called? Information ass motherfuckers.
So Tesla stock is continuing to crash. It's having one of the fastest, steepest, biggest crashes it's ever had. Hi everyone, JJ here. Welcome back. Let's just jump in. So why Tesla stock has given up nearly all of its Trump election gains. And it did go up rapidly after Trump got elected. There was a bit of euphoria around the stock that because Elon was in close with the president, and it did go up a lot, but it's been retracing that. As it says here, Tesla shares are down nearly 40%, actually over 40% now. We'll have a look at that in a minute, from hitting an all-time high in December, as a slowdown in sales and Musk's political moves are seen as hurting the stock. Or look at both of those. Look at what's going on now as well. Now we can see the stock price here, as I said, down 41.2% at this point, and there's been a rapid decline in the stock, and just over the past month it's now down 29%, which is a lot in a short time. And if we look at this graph, pulling back, zooming out, yes, Tesla stock has had a rise over many years now. Really since 2019 it really took off. But look at that sharp decline that it's had, almost straight down. And you can see that the market cap is 883 billion around there, and the P ratio is 138. If you're not familiar with investing, that's pretty high for a company that's actually not really growing anymore. It used to be growing, so what's going on? We can see here people's reaction to it. We're going to have a look at some reactions, and you can see the drawing there in the stock chart of Elon giving that salute. That really what did seem to be a turning point. The stock's been going down ever since, and that's quite a little clever drawing there of the stock graph continuing into Elon there. And this is one of the Tesla Elongelicals, as they call him, one of the main influencers on X, Farzad. He's got a YouTube channel as well, and this person says Tesla shareholders in 2025. Farzad not looking too happy there. And we've got a very short video clip here. Somebody says, wife getting ready for our trip to food bank while I'm checking my stocks. So that's Sydney Sweeney in Euphoria, if you haven't seen that series yet. And this X post from Tristan Snell, who says Tesla's shareholders just lost another $38.6 billion today, a total Tesla loss of $600 billion since December. As I said, it's been a rapid decline back from way over $1 trillion market cap. Tesla CEO was not in the office, he points out. In literally any other public company ever, this would be the point where the CEO gets fired, but not so with Tesla. Elon's got the board in his pocket. He doesn't really have to answer the board. Well, he does, but he's got his brother on the board. More about that later. We'll look at the company, what's going on there. But more reactions to the stock. Sweetie, come down and tell everyone about the robot stock you told us to buy at $480. Somebody hiding away there because people were very bullish, as people are at the peak of these things, and it's retraced a lot since then. And somebody else being more bullish, saying market psychology of Tesla, pointing out, say from a value investing perspective, value investors buy low, but 480 people were interested and 280 nobody's interested, so they're implying that it's a good time to buy, but we'll see if that is the case. No financial advice from me at all. We'll have to see what happens. Got another video here. This one's based on Johnny Depp, the meme, talking about people diamond handing it, holding on to their Tesla stock no matter what.
You're down 95%. Have you ever considered selling?
No, I can't. That's no.
Why is this thing not getting...
Now, if you're getting value out of this episode so far, I'd really appreciate it if you remember to hit that like button to help the algorithm to spread it to more people. It really does help, and I really appreciate it with this kind of content in particular. Thanks. And here, another Elongelical Tesla influencer on X. I think these people make money, whether they're paid directly or indirectly. They definitely make money out of the situation. And she's saying here, it's kind of weird, if you are inspired by Tesla and Elon, and put your money behind your words. I want to hear from you. Please tag me if you decide to purchase Tesla, purchase a Tesla car, purchase or subscribe to FSD, Full Self-Driving, buy Tesla stock, or subscribe to X. I will be delighted to thank you and repost your message. So really looking to influence. Maybe there's not so many people doing those things at the moment. They're actually searching out so they can showcase people buying the stock, buying the products. When there's a boycott of the products starting to be, and I think these people are getting worried. I saw Farzad, the other influencer that I just talked about before. He did a video yesterday where he was talking about the possibility of us getting it wrong, following Elon down the MAGA route. He was kind of just joking, but he was saying, what if we're wrong? What if we're on the wrong side of history here? When so many people are boycotting and really not liking what Elon's doing, they just can't understand it. They can't understand the lack of optimism in the stock either. Here we have somebody else. If you make the company all about one person, and that one person decides they are on a mission that has nothing to do with the company itself, Tesla, and that's an image of the stock price, down 30%. It's down over 40% now. So it's a good point to make. And we have Fred Lambert here, who's from Electric, and he says, nothing should surprise me about Tesla shareholders by now, but I see a lot of confusion about what's happening now with the stock. The drop is not the anomaly. The circle on the chart was the problem. See that big jump that's happened since the election, or since the election, really. There was no significant positive news or announcement during that time. Tesla's fundamentals were going down like they are this quarter, so there's really not much growth there. Deliveries going down, and now this boycott seems to be stopping sales as well. This rise was purely based on the false assumption that the Trump administration would be good for Tesla, whether through policies or collusion between Elon and Trump.
Like, people get
there has been a bit of
to
that.
save the planet,
Some
or
people
they're
are
just
calling
trying
it
to look
corruption because, Elon getting deals. But yes, it did go up. It went up hundreds of billions of dollars. Was it worth that? It certainly has de-risked Tesla. Elon's federal legal issues, which were significant, but it hasn't changed anything about Tesla's fundamentals.
This is
so yes, the regulation. Elon hates regulation.
That I don't have to use my brain to think about.
These regulations
changed. I gotta worry about cheaters and hackers and shit like that. So I jump on here.
That's what the euphoria was really about. Even with the recent drop, Tesla is still trading 140p, as we saw. It needs to come down another 30 to 50%. Fred thinks by earnings, or it will shoot back up to record high PE, meaning that the price to earnings will go way up if the earnings actually come down and the stock doesn't come down with it.
And all these people that are
we have another headline here. Stock sinks by 26% in wake of Elon Musk's Nazi salute at Trump rally. So pointing to that being a reason that the stock is going down. Others point to the Model Y refresh, so that a gap in say January when the sales went down. But we'll have to see what happens, how much of it's due to that, or to people just being totally turned off by Elon's politics. So CBS News says Tesla shares falling as European sales drop. Is Musk to blame? Asking that question. And European sales, if you've seen my other videos, I documented that in some detail. They're way down, 50 to 70% in some places in Germany, where they saw that salute and did not like it, down about 60%. And here Tesla sides 12% in 48 hours as investors wake up to political risk. That was February the 27th. It's been gapping down very quickly since then.
I almost got I'm already working on my sound. I'm almost finished with my snipers, almost leveling up to gold already.
Tesla's death spiral by vowing to quit politics and return to Tesla full-time to save the company. Of course, it's a shitty car company that's beyond saving, but having studied the scumbag for a decade, I wouldn't be surprised if he announces this soon. I'm not so sure about that. If it's in dire straits, he might do that, saying I'm going to have one of his surges, not a government purge, but a surge. Going back there to save it and making a big fuss about that. He does that, and that might help. I don't know. We'll have to see what he decides there. Seems more interested in politics now at the moment, though. So Fred Lambert again says Tesla haters are better at advertising than Tesla. Tesla shareholders are greatly underestimating the brand impact. In just a year, Elon has set back Tesla roughly 10 years in brand perception. Years
There
of
it goes.
hard
It finally
work
fucking
gone.
cleaned it. How
And
the fuck
I've shown
did
this
you do that?
before in the last couple of videos. This campaign in London, Tesla goes from 0 to 1939 in 3 seconds, and showcasing his salute there. So this is an impact. It was a clever campaign that's had, you know, a wide impact, gone viral. And Wall Street will be seeing things like this. This is part of the same campaign, I think, or something different in London again, where they're sticking stickers on cars. Don't buy a swastika. And in that same vein, we've got something like this, introducing swastika, the fascist thing on 4 wheels. So really some anti-advertising here and against Elon Musk's politics. And this headline, as Musk tears through Washington, some Tesla owners feel buyer's remorse, or quite a few have. I've done videos about stickers being stuck on cars. I bought this before Elon went crazy and anti-Elon stickers. And headlines like this, furious at Musk, don't buy a Tesla. So there's definitely a boycott going on worldwide that seems to be gathering pace, and I think that's probably got something to do with the share price going down, don't you? A lot of people don't think so. Those Tesla influencers don't think so. How could people not like Elon? How could they not support him and Trump too? Because they followed Elon down that MAGA path. So I've showed this before, Rolling Stone, Tesla takeover, how the protests against Elon Musk signal a national turning point. So the public discourse changing here against Elon and perceived overreach with Doge. I'm going to go through some of these protest things to point out what's going on. If you've seen these before, forgive me, we'll just go through them quickly.
Help us
so
try to
people,
save the
this is a
planet. How do we
Google
save
search, the trends, people selling their Teslas, that's gone way up. And we've got signs like this, protests like this, boycott Tesla. Giving Elon your money is voting to turn the US into a banana republic ruled by oligarchs. So some politicians, Democrats talking about oligarchy, not many. Bernie Sanders has been talking about it for years. He's going on a tour, talking to people, trying to get people to realize what's going on. AOC's talking about, Jasmine Crockett's talking about it too. A few Democratic politicians, but where's Kamala Harris and those people saying that democracy was in jeopardy if Trump was elected? But once he did get elected, where did they go? Where have they gone? Why aren't they speaking up? Because it's worse than first thought. Don't test drive fascism, somebody says in a protest against Tesla. And I felt nothing but disgust. Tesla owners vent their anger at Elon Musk. So this is the sentiment out there for sure. More boycott Tesla. Tesla feels the wrath of anti-Elon Musk backlash. So there's been some protesting in the streets outside Tesla stores, which I've shown. We'll see a video again of that. Photos and videos show Tesla takedown protests that have sprung up in cities all over the US, not just in the biggest cities. It is catching fire, these protests, and Wall Street will be seeing what's going on. They're not so much in a bubble that they can't see what's going on the streets and online. And Tesla takedown protests have happened in cities around the country in opposition to Elon Musk's Doge work. People really don't like what's going on, how they overreach. They see his overreach and doing illegal things, probably breaking laws every day, going in with his minions, his coding minions, 19 to 24-year-olds just doing God knows what inside these government departments. Protesters are calling for Tesla owners to sell their stock and cars. Some owners have seen their vehicles vandalized. I've heard stories of that. I've seen pictures of that. Tesla's stock price has taken a hit this month. No kidding. More than 40%. Since December, that is, and some shareholders told, this is Business Insider, they want to sell their shares, and people are doing that. We've seen many people saying that, and I've put them in videos of that they've sold their shares, and it's because of Elon's politics. And we have headlines like this: how to sell your Tesla and other options for electric cars. Elon Musk alienates drivers and sales fall. So people wondering how to sell their actual cars, looking into it as we saw the Google Trends. It is a trend. This is one of the protests. I've shown this a couple of times. It does show the number of people at these things. It just started off with, 2, 3, 4 people outside the stores, but they're growing to be this big. Let's have a look. getting to be pretty serious protests. And now let's have a look at what's happening inside the company itself. We looked at the protesting. We've had a look at reactions to the stock price. Now let's have a look at some inside the company, what is actually going on. And this, you might recognize as the Roadster that's supposed to be coming out. Elon was touting the new Roadster. It's been, I think, 8 years, fully 8 years, and they took money for this. See this? Tesla asked the full $250,000 upfront for special Roadster Founder Edition, and some people did pay that. I think they took $250 million for this, and people haven't seen it. This is vaporware. I just saw an article about Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. She lost a court case, and she's got 11 years or something like that. And she must be looking at this thinking, hold on a minute, I sold a medical device that really didn't work properly and didn't get away with it. And she's watching Elon Musk here with vaporware, selling cars that don't exist yet. He said they're working on them, but 8 years, come on, and FSD is not working properly yet. Elon was saying that it's going to be next year for about 10 years. I've got him on video saying in 2016 that it'll be next year that people will be able to go coast to coast and not touch the wheel. And it's this time later, and it's still not there yet. So how is that not similar to what Elizabeth Holmes was doing?
If my fucking Xbox
Tesla's
can't
hit
fucking
with
work
a
right.
fresh class action about its self-driving claims. Hardware 3 computer, says Electric. They say the automaker is already facing dozens of lawsuits over its self-driving claims, crashes using advanced driver assist systems, alleged breaches of fiduciary duties from its CEO and board members, but now you can add another one to the list.
Now,
this is pretty serious. This is from Australia. They are going after Tesla over 3 specific issues. Tesla vehicles have the propensity to autonomously engage automatic emergency braking abruptly in inappropriate circumstances, leading to a risk of collisions. I just did a video about how in China, Tesla is actually suing customers where they had this problem, they had an accident, and they protested publicly, didn't get any decent response from Tesla, and then Tesla sued them for complaining. And the second one that's the focus in this case, they lack the ability to achieve or come close to achieving the advertised maximum range or the range displayed on the vehicle's dashboard when the battery level is greater than 50%. I've seen that being talked about as well. And despite statements or representations to the contrary, the hardware on Tesla vehicles is incapable of supporting fully autonomous or close to autonomous driving, and Elon has stated publicly that that would be the case. So this lawsuit comes after CEO Elon Musk finally recently admitted that its hardware 3 self-driving computer HW3 will not be capable of unsupervised self-driving. Now they say this is the first known lawsuit about the issue since the CEO admitted the situation, which was not that long ago, so there's no doubt there'll be more in this realm. He's finally admitted that it won't work on all cars, and there are court cases about it. Now Tesla needs a radical strategy to turn around. How about acting normal, this headline says, aiming that at Elon Musk. Can you just act a bit normal like a CEO and not like a lunatic? And long-time Tesla investor says Elon Musk's proposed $56 billion pay package is outrageous amid poor stock performance. So this is still going on. And the judge said no, has said no twice. The board has said yes. The shareholders have said yes. There was a campaign of retail shareholders to say yes. They did say yes. So this is ongoing. And Elon Musk's more than $50 billion pay deal at Tesla was rejected again. Here's why, and that goes through, when it was rejected, but it's still going. And is this why he's losing interest in Tesla? And this is the Tesla board. If you don't know, you can see his brother Kimball Musk on it. So he does have the board in his pocket. They kind of do what he says, and they're not going to speak up, I don't think, about his antics, his political antics, his behavior in public, which we'll look at the end here, the latest of that display, this sort of disgusting display that he does in public. So life-changing wealth stopped Denholm standing up to Musk. This is the chair of the board, and she's been selling stock lately. I've talked about that, $118 million in the past about 3 months, just as Elon says that FSD is going to go public in the wild, unsupervised, and robots are coming. Some of the board are selling, including his brother Kimball and the chair Robin Denon. And Tesla board that gave itself nearly $1 billion in excess compensation must now return the money. So there's some pretty strange things going on with the board here. And this campaign, this article is talking about out with nepotism. Tesla investors want Elon Musk's brother booted off the board. And that's aimed at Elon really not having so much control over the board and doing whatever he wants to. It's fine when the stock's going up. When the stock's going down, people start asking questions. It's a bit of a shame that people don't ask questions before that, but that's just the way it is. So Motorhead on X says here, why are Tesla fans so excited about FSD being approved in China, which just happened in this past week? Those influencers, the Elon telecalls, were very pleased about this, happy about this, and they couldn't understand why the stock wasn't rocketing on the news. There'll be zero buyers if they don't give it away for free like BYD. So BYD coming out with similar technology and giving it away for free. That's been news in the last few weeks too. And even then, who wants to risk all the traffic tickets like this guy? So I saw this video. It was a guy in China testing it out because it's just been released in China, and he got 6 or 7 traffic tickets or violations based on, you know, just letting FSD do its thing, FSD supervised doing its thing. So not great, mixed results, as one article said. And we have here in the New York Times, a union takes on Musk via Tesla stock. The American Federation of Teachers is pressuring some of the car makers' biggest shareholders as the tech mogul's cost-cutting influence in Washington sets off alarm bells. So various groups not liking what Elon's doing and putting pressure to sell the stock. So that's a direct impact from his political activities and what he's doing to the stock being sold. And bombshell report reveals how much money Elon Musk got from government. Elon Musk is a greedy welfare billionaire, this article says. And so this is pointing to the fact that massive conflict of interest. Trump said that Elon will be monitoring his own conflict of interest. There's no problem there for him to do that by himself. People are looking for these kickbacks that he's getting or favored deals from the government because he's in with Trump. And here Elon is going to make so much money from this grift. This is from the Alternative Park Service. The FAA is close to cancelling a $2.4 billion contract with Verizon to overhaul the communication system that serves as the backbone of the nation's air traffic control, and is awarding the work to Musk's Starlink. Fancy that. Follow the money and see where it goes. So is that a conflict of interest, and how many more will there be like that? And this Reddit post, employees of Musk SpaceX now have email addresses at the FAA, which regulates it. So working for the regulator, working with the regulator, controlling the regulator. Musk was complaining about SpaceX being regulated too much. Is this how he's dealing with it after paying off the president? And on the other hand, we've got the other car companies trying to capitalize on people not wanting Tesla, wanting to sell their Teslas. Make the switch to Polestar. Save up to $20,000 on a Polestar 3 lease as a Tesla owner. So to swap for another brand there, they can see what's going on. They want to jump in. Competition is here. There's a lot of competition now where there didn't used to be, and maybe Elon was taking that for granted. Or maybe he's just not interested. We don't know. And so we get to Elon's behavior, recent behavior. Elon's bizarre behavior is killing Tesla sales. This headline says consumers don't want to be associated with Tesla anymore. And there are a lot of liberals like that. I can see you all in the comments that are for the boycott and wouldn't buy a Tesla product. And I think there's a growing number of people like that for sure. And Elon Musk and the decline of Tesla. The megalomaniac CEO extracted $48 billion from his shareholders, but the company's future does not look good now. Well, that remains to be seen, but we'll see. The sell-off in the stock price is definitely going to hurt Elon's wealth and Tesla the company if it continues. And are Elon Musk politics costing Tesla sales? Well, I could say yes to that. That is my opinion that they are. And this is Elon recently. This was at the CPAC event. He's dressed in a cap and chains and sunglasses inside. Saw a image backstage of his face, and he was definitely on Special K, and that showed in the interview, sort of making a spectacle of himself. definitely. And here's something that he said during that interview. Let's take a look.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
He seems quite intoxicated there and thinks he's pretty cool as well. And here's what he's saying about comedy. He's been saying this for a while, kind of anti-woke, saying make comedy legal again, but he's just kind of making a fool of himself, and he's not funny. As this post says, this cracked out cringe lord runs the government.
You know, and have like a sense of humor, you know. So, I mean, the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So there's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture.
That's so cringe, isn't it? And he says that, but he doesn't like some comedy. Bill Burr has been attacking him recently because Elon put a stop to his X account. On his podcast, Bill Burr's been railing against Elon Musk recently. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to play it here, but it's pretty funny if you're going to seek that out. And he got banned or shadow banned on Twitter. He got an email about it, and he said, I don't even use it anymore. And he was swearing and cursing at Elon and saying that he's just a big baby and attacking him for his far-right politics as well. And so Bill Burr is funny, but Elon doesn't like his humor. And, you know, there are a lot of other comedians who are making fun of Elon that he does not like, even though he's supposedly a free speech absolutist. And he's also supporting the far-right party in Germany, of course, which just got about 20% in the proportional representation elections they have there. Elon is now using ad space on X to push political propaganda. This post says, and this was a pinned tweet that Elon had about AfD leading up to the elections in Germany, and it seems that he had it as an ad, so actually propaganda in the form of ads for AfD. I don't know if it helped AfD in the end. There's a lot of people, I saw people celebrating online that AfD didn't do well, but still 20% is definitely more than they had before, and it's gaining, so it's kind of ominous to say the least. And that's another reason that people around the world are not liking Elon Musk and boycotting Tesla. And this as well, a single drug-addled tweet costs the dumbass almost $30 billion in investment. And this is Carlos Slim orders to cancel his collaboration with Elon Musk Starlink. I haven't got this verified yet, but if that's true, he's a very wealthy business person from Mexico, and I think they were going to do a deal with Starlink there, but he seems to be having problems with Elon like many people do. And Musk blows up an astronaut for calling out his space station lie. This was a very public thing online again on X, where he had an argument, and and then he was saying the space station needs to be ended. It's outlived its useful life after arguing with really respected astronauts. It was pretty embarrassing for him. And then in the cabinet meeting, another latest thing in Trump's cabinet meeting there. Look at that. It looks like a very boys club as it is. And this post says, this moron's going to kill us all, isn't he? So it was quite shocking. In that meeting, Elon Musk said, I should say we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make a mistake, we'll fix it quickly. He's talking about Doge. So, for example, with US aid, one of the things we accidentally cancelled briefly was Ebola prevention. Nothing to be concerned about there. He said they fixed it quickly, but it would be better if there was zero time that there was no Ebola prevention in place, rather than just cancelling everything and putting it back, which seems to be their strategy. But you really don't want that. And now we have this. This is very recent from today. Personally, my money is on Elon crying for mom. And this is Jon Stewart and Elon. People are suggesting that he goes on the show. And Elon just claimed he'd go on The Daily Show if it airs unedited. Daily Show immediately accepted. I can just imagine Jon Stewart there saying, yes, because Elon probably want to edit it and he'd probably make a fool of himself. And Jon Stewart will just run rings around him, but I would like to see that. Now let me know what you think about all this. Let me know in the comments. Do you think that Elon is destroying Tesla brand? People are leaving, wanting to sell their stock. The stock is plummeting. Do you think that Elon has got a lot to do with it? Let me know in the comments what you think. Is he destroying the brand? Do you agree with the boycott? Are you boycotting Tesla? I know a lot of people in the community in this channel think like that, and I think like that too. Now on screen, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm going to put a link here to a related video. Go and see that now if you want to. And also a subscribe link. Do subscribe if you want to see more of this kind of content from me in the future. Very near future, I'm doing this daily. And if you want to go a step further, you can join as a member. Hit that join button and support truly independent media. Thanks to everybody for watching this one, and I'll see you in the next one.
But Jake, the way that they're talking about these workers, are they facing any blowback? Is it hurting them?
Well, I don't know if it's hurting them. They are facing blowback. Some of it is being, put on by Democrats and Democratic groups, and there's nothing wrong with that. Republicans do the same thing. It's to highlight what they believe are unpopular decisions, and they are difficult decisions. There are two dynamics here, Katie. Well, if let me just say this at the top, if Marjorie Taylor Greene believes federal employees don't deserve a paycheck, members of Congress could start with their own. They all make $176,000 a year. If they think that people don't deserve a paycheck, they could start with themselves. They get paychecks. So that's number one. Number two, what you said just now was incredibly important. Everybody believes it is really easy politics to knock at the federal government for being bloated or overpaid or just too much altogether. That is popular politics. That is as old, a tale as old as time, right? But when you get into it and you start cutting people, and people are getting fired on a Wednesday and being told that they don't have a paycheck on a Friday, and that's difficult for families across the country. And we should note, these are not only people who live in the Washington metropolitan area. There are federal employees for all agencies sprinkled throughout the country. So when people go home, I don't care if they're Republicans or Democrats, they are going to have some sort of federal worker in their district or in their state. And some of them might be impacted, and we don't know. And since this is only intensifying right now, Katie, the president said Elon should get more aggressive. When he gets more aggressive, presumably there's going to be more people laid off. And some of those people are going to be in Republican districts. And we're only 30 days into this administration, or 30-something days into this administration. We haven't seen the full turn of the screw yet. We have not seen how this will impact government operations. We haven't seen how this will impact, in the employment situation in some districts. So the story is not done yet. And I just want to say, because this is important, number one, government is hard, right? Running a federal government's hard. Number two, appropriations is hard. This body, Congress, has ceded all of its power to the administration. It's embarrassing, to be honest with you, if you believe in a Congress that has control. But Congress, if they want to actually save money, when they fund the government in a couple weeks, they need to downsize the money that they're sending to these agencies. If there are 6,000 employees at the IRS who no longer have jobs, Congress can and should, if they want to follow Trump's direction, Congress can say, listen, we're not going to send the money for those salaries, those benefits, all of that money for those workers. That would start to save money. We'll see if they do that. I have a feeling they won't.
Yeah, but the IRS...
For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like he's doing the same thing.
He occupied
our parts, big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people, you know? What they call
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014?
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
That you say what problems we have.
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know that what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you.
That
You
dude
have
right there, that
nice
Ukraine guy
ocean
look like he'll
and
beat
don't
your
feel
ass
now, but you will feel it
For real, that's
in
their
the future.
president.
God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know that.
bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
Pussy ass
We're going to feel
motherfucker.
very
You will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good
Tell him
and
fuck
very
you, dog.
strong.
Fuck him up right there.
You're right now not in a
Slap
very
his
good
bitch ass. Let him
position.
know what his place
You've
is.
allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
You may be the president,
position,
bitch, but you
and
my
you're supposed
bitch,
to be
ho.
right about
From the
it.
very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
I
You don't
was-
have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now,
Chief
you don't
Professor
have
started having
playing
cards
cards.
threatening that we're not going to
You're
help
playing
you.
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you
You're
think about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's
with
back
all
to you,
respect to your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said
Well,
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save
Oh, that's
your
his son.
country.
Oh, little bitch ass.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country is
Can I-
in big
can-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn
We-
good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in
Okay,
our
but you're still not
staying
gonna win.
strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been
you
alone,
say he was gonna
and we
win?
are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
you invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
Except
times.
that there,
It's about
except
to Americans.
except
right.
that there are disagreements, and let's
Nah,
go
you ain't
litigate
got
those
money for us, we
disagreements
ain't
rather
helping
than
you.
trying to fight it out in the American media.
You ain't got no
when
slaves
you're
for
wrong.
us, we ain't trying to
We
help
know
you.
that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on
I
over there.
understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't play
you're
it,
running
Mr.
low
Brad.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
Brad.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're
I
saying you
said-
don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
Caitlin, I do want to, because there were a lot of things that were just not true, aside from just the tone and tenor and the monumental, historic, not in a good way, historic event that we just saw in the Oval Office. Caitlin, it really did seem to devolve when the vice president said to Zelensky, we just want diplomacy. And what Zelensky was trying to do was say, we had that. We had a deal with Russia. We had an agreement, the Minsk agreement. And Russia didn't abide by it. So I want some guarantees that that won't happen again. And then it devolved in a way that is really, really remarkable. The screaming, I mean, you have been with Donald Trump a lot. We have seen and heard about Trump getting upset and losing his temper. I think this is probably the first time we have seen it like this on camera. We also should say, Caitlin, that let's just be clear. I'm not saying that there wasn't genuine anger here, but he understands when the television cameras are there, as does J.D. Vance, and we can't lose sight of the performance aspect of this.
It was incredibly genuine, though. I mean, J.D. Vance said that this shouldn't be litigated in front of the press. Trump said, actually, no, it should be. I'm glad that this is happening. And, you know, the way that this built, just to give context of the 40 minutes that happened before what you just watched, the most remarkable part of this interaction was there were moments where President Zelensky would do what we saw the other European leaders do this week, where they step in to correct either on aid to Ukraine or to talk about Putin and the fact that he can't be trusted. At one point, Zelensky called him a killer and saying that there should be no compromises with him. And the U.S. officials were sitting there just kind of listening to this. And it was at that point, though, where Vice President Vance stepped in. Trump was silent at the beginning of that, and then Trump also got involved. And then they were just essentially yelling at one another in this. And with Trump, all of his diplomacy, we know, is personal. That's why the world leaders who have come here this week have tried to flatter him to essentially get what they want when it comes to negotiating the end of this. And that was not what we just saw, the tack that Zelensky took here. He was, as Zelensky typically is, straightforward in his opinions and what is the reality on the ground. It was kind of chastising Vice President Vance for not having come to Ukraine. And at one point earlier, when Trump was asked if he would go to Ukraine, Zelensky was saying that was what he was going to ask Trump as well. He's been very, he's emphasized a lot that he thinks these U.S. officials need to be there. But to give you a sense of how this negotiation is going, right now they are meeting behind closed doors. They're supposed to come out for a press conference any minute now, and that's where they're signing that minerals agreement that they've been touting as a big first step here. There are real questions about what this looks like going forward, because you heard what President Trump said to me there at the end. I asked, can the two of you still go in a room and negotiate after what just happened? And he said, we'll see, essentially. And Dana, there was one moment where I looked around the room at the officials who were there. It's the top Ukrainian advisors, the Secretary of State to President Trump, the Treasury Secretary, Vice President Vance, obviously. The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States had her head buried in her hands as this shouting match was going on between the three of them.
Yes, I saw you put that on social media. It is one of the many. There you go. We're putting it up on the screen now. That is the Ukrainian ambassador, as you said, and she, I mean, talk about her worst nightmare. She was literally watching it unfold before her eyes in the Oval Office.
CNN's Caitlin Collins was in the Oval Office for this meeting. Caitlin, it's hard to imagine a scenario in which this could have gone worse. This seems to be a dream come true for Vladimir Putin.
I'll be rushing on these boys. I'm Vladimir Putin.
Sure to say that it is one of the most astonishing moments that we have ever seen happen
Did you hear that, broski?
inside the Oval Office.
I be on the game talking about I'm a Russian. I'm Vladimir Putin on these motherfuckers.
This devolving into, at points, Trump and Vance berating Zelensky for saying that he was not being grateful enough for the aid that the United States has provided to Ukraine, and Zelensky arguing back that they do not understand Putin, essentially, that he will violate any agreement if the proper guarantees aren't in place. That seemed to particularly incense Trump, as he was saying, don't tell us what we're going to feel. Zelensky has been arguing that Putin will not stop with Ukraine, that he will go on to other Eastern European nations, including Poland, as he made the argument there. And Trump was essentially pushing back on that and telling Zelensky that he had no cards and that he needed to make a deal. And at one point, I think the most striking line from that could foreshadow what the rest of these talks are going to look like, what this press conference could look like if we still see these world leaders come out where they were supposed to sign that deal, is the president said to Zelensky, you either make a deal or we are out. Now, that comes after 40 minutes before this exchange happened, where the president was talking about how he wasn't ready to make security guarantees yet. He said the United States would still send some weaponry to
I remember when
Ukraine.
people help each other,
questions
you
going
don't
back
get
and forth about
anything in
how a deal
return.
would hold, how a minerals deal would be carried out. All of that was essentially wiped away by those last 10 minutes that were so incredibly heated there in the Oval Office, and essentially ended with Vance saying that this is not something that should be litigated in front of the press, the many press who were inside that room. Trump saying that he thought it was actually good that it was playing out. And I asked Trump as we were leaving,
I would think you wouldn't hide anything. I mean,
negotiate, given what
in
we
the
just
matter of our
watched,
country,
that left
we should
everyone
hear
else in the
everything
room
y'all talk about.
silent. He told me, quote,
I
we'll
would
see.
think.
But just to give you a sense of how much things broke down, look at this picture of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. She has been the ambassador to the U.S., I should note, since 2021, since before Russia invaded Ukraine. She had her head in her hands at one point when I looked around the room and was just looking at all of the officials here. Secretary of State Rubio, Treasury Secretary Bessent, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Commerce Secretary, they were all in the room, and the Ukrainian officials as well, watching this play out and raising real questions about what the two leaders here are going to be able to get done behind the scenes. This is the photo of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States as they were just shouting at one another between the three of them in an incredibly remarkable moment.
Trump doesn't seem to think that the sting of Putin is going to reach the United States. He rejected the idea, emotionally rejected the idea that Zelensky was presenting, that there will be effects here in the United States, that it will be felt here. What did you think of that?
I would think he does know that.
This started innocently enough. The same way the French and the British leaders came and pushed back gently on Trump. Zelensky had started giving a history lesson about how Putin first seized Crimea in 2014. Trump corrected him, said 2015. He's like, no, 2014. And then explained how they had signed two different peace deals with Putin, Minsk I and Minsk II, that Germany and France also signed to guarantee. And what he was trying to do was show Trump, you know, we have tried to do diplomacy before and it hasn't worked. He was being very genteel and patient as he explained it, and it was Vance who took offense and started interjecting, and then it was Vance, as he warmed up to his subject, who then also interjected the, I haven't heard you say thank you once. It was almost like he was bawling out one of his young kids, and he warmed to his subject, and once it became that tone, Trump took that tone on and jumped into the attacks. And I don't know how you get from that back to, look, you can't trust Putin, and here's why. I can only imagine what it was like once they all went into a conference room and had to look at each other across the table.
Yeah. And what did you think?
You might as well call me a Russian on Call of Duty.
It's pretty shocking. What I think really stands out to me is that this administration grossly overestimates its ability to bring about a deal. Completely agree with the point that you can't trust deals made with Russian President Putin. But I take it a step further than that and say, as long as Russian troops are advancing in the east, and they are, and he believes he's winning, you're not going to get a meaningful deal. In the sense, by meaningful, I mean like some kind of lasting peace. So I don't even think they're going to get to the point where he's violating the deal.
Because he has the upper hand. So
That's right.
why would he proceed in that regard, you
That's
mean?
right. Yes, none of his strategic objectives about changing the government in Ukraine and really controlling the strategic direction of Ukraine, none of that has changed. And as long as he thinks he can do that by what he's doing right now, he's going to keep doing that. And the rest of the negotiations with him, that's just smoke and mirrors.
And my impression is that basically Trump's national security team, people like Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, they're very traditionalist, they're anti-Russia, but like past Trump administration officials, they sold Trump on this deal through the lens of business, through the lens of making investments for U.S. companies possible, leveling the playing field with China, because China has 70% of the rare earth minerals, and this would give the U.S. a jump on some of that. But the whole idea was this was something to build on. Sign this loose agreement, then that goodwill would make Zelensky
Sounds
look
like
the
it sounds
good
like too
guy
many
who
of a
made
countries
Trump
owing
look
too many
good,
people owing.
and we would
They need to
build
go
on
to
that
war
from
already.
there.
That's what it sounds like.
And now this all just got blown up, and you can see a lot of the messages that he had absorbed, that Trump had absorbed from his conversations with Putin, just coming out. I don't know how you talk down from this.
What about, Jeff, that glimmer of hope that Nick Payton Walsh alluded to, the idea that Donald Trump, as a negotiator, would respect someone that would hold a hard line against him, that Zelensky going in there and standing his ground, even at one point as cameras were being escorted out, smiling and giving a thumbs up for the cameras, sort of as if to show that he's not intimidated by the situation, that his country isn't on the line. Would that work to his advantage? Do you see that as a possibility?
I don't, and I think that I understand that Trump likes to be up against somebody that he respects, but what you're seeing is a real shift in U.S. foreign policy. If you're stepping back for a moment, where he respects Putin, he respects Xi Jinping, China, and those are the people he wants to deal with. Anybody else is just not an equal, right? And so in some ways, the foreign policy that's emerging is actually very similar to Chinese and Russian foreign policy, in that in the world, you have a couple centers of gravity where the real power is. We'll work things out amongst us, and like all the rest of the countries just need to fall in line. I won't mess with your area, you don't mess with my area, and we'll just straighten it out ourselves. And Zelensky doesn't rise to that level in Trump's eyes.
And that worked in what?
Watch his popularity ratings back home. They're going to soar. They're at 65. They're going to be higher. And European nations who were thinking about, oh, we got to go it alone after watching that spectacle,
they put Trump
they're going to be
higher.
like, okay,
I mean,
it's us in Ukraine. We cannot count on this White House.
Let's talk a little bit more about that with CNN chief international anchor Christian Amanpour. Let's talk, Christian, about how European leaders are going to view this moment.
Sound like it was orchestrated to bring our
Well, look, I think just what your guest just said is going to be you can imagine everybody in Europe now has their head in their hands, particularly after the parade of European presidents and prime ministers just came back from fairly successful meetings with President Trump. They never got what they wanted in terms of a security guarantee for Ukraine, because that's what they really need if there's to be any peace. But now they're going to be wondering, is there going to be any deal to even police and to enforce? Are we just going to have to continue funding and supplying this war? What I can tell you is the British Prime Minister has announced that he is having a summit in London this weekend on Sunday. He's invited all the major European leaders, and President Zelensky was due to be coming back from Washington via London to take part in that summit. This was, designed to, compare notes, all their trips to the White House, how to go forward. Yeah. I don't know whether that will still happen. I don't know what they might discuss. It seems it's even more urgent for that summit to take place, given what just happened in the White House. Look, from a European and an overseas perspective, what seemed to have happened was this very strange new White House way of having these long and lengthy Oval Office sprays with the press where they do talk for a long time. It's not usual. This is, you know, an accident waiting to happen. You saw the Zelensky handshake as he met with President Trump at the portico. He was incredibly tense. Zelensky's body language, very tense, knew everything that was riding on this, you know, on this meeting. And then, as everybody said, you know, a fairly okay meeting devolved into this really horrendous catastrophe in the last 10 minutes. And as everybody has said, you know, launched by the intervention of the Vice President. Vice President J.D. Vance, this year in Munich, basically, you know, washed his hands of Ukraine. Last time he was in Munich at the Security Conference, basically told Europeans and Ukrainians that I don't care really much what happens to Ukraine. So there's some animosity there, as you can imagine. Untruths about Zelensky never saying thank you, and a very, you know, twisted and tortured version of what's actually been going on during this war. But I think, as many people said, Zelensky's main aim, as he said himself, but I want to ask what the US is prepared to do going forward. And perhaps I need to ask, whose side is the Trump administration on, Ukraine's or Putin's? And I think what you saw in that meeting was much more of the United States administration, the president and the vice president, taking all the Putin talking points and being frustrated with Zelensky and using those talking points. That, in terms of a transatlantic alliance and in terms of a superpower going forward, is really the major shift that everyone overseas has been incredibly concerned about. And it also seemed to be
the Chinese,
a performance
the Russian, not Chinese, the
for domestic politics. What President Trump and Vice President Vance were doing, it seemed, was as much a domestic political campaign appearance as anything else. I mean, at one point you heard President Trump going back on the Russia hoax and the Hunter Biden laptop and on and on and on. There is bad blood between these two leaders from the very beginning. But again, let's not forget that it was the javelins that Trump did provide that allowed Ukraine to fend off the Russians in those early days. Very important. These weapons work. But let's also not forget that it was Trump who convinced his MAGA allies in Congress this time last year to pause the latest delivery of weapons to Ukraine. And that was a 7-month lag, which cost territory, which cost lives, and which put Ukraine in a very bad place. But to keep hearing the President of the United States tell the Ukrainian president and the people of Ukraine who fought this much mightier army off for 3 years, that they have no cards to play, that they either take a deal and make a deal or the United States is out. This is music to President Putin's eyes. Music.
We're joined now by Massachusetts Congressman and a member of the Armed Services Committee, Seth Moulton. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us.
Call me
First,
Vladimir
your reaction to this deal being off, to this Oval Office meeting that we watched unfold as dramatically as it did, and to the press conference now being canceled and the future of Ukraine in question.
Well, look, I've just been sitting here listening to these British guys ramble on and on about this. Let's just cut to the chase.
Who you British, dog?
The President of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the Vice President of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet.
This dude ain't talking
And so
about
what we
cowards,
just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero. And whether you voted for these puppets or not, just as an American, as a fellow American, it's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian. I mean, this administration is going to go down as an embarrassment to American history.
Congressman, I wonder if you think that President Zelensky could have handled it differently, the way that some of his European counterparts, Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer did, and perhaps been more deferential to
totally his way.
And Vance.
Deferential to what? Deferential to a president who allowed a deal in his first term to crumble because Putin just violated it? Deferential to a vice president who didn't even bother to visit Ukraine? I hardly know anyone in Congress who has any view on national security who hasn't been to Ukraine during this war. Deferential to a draft dodger who's our commander-in-chief? Zelensky doesn't deserve to be deferential to anyone in that Oval Office. In fact, I kind of wish he'd put them in their place a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just truly, truly embarrassing.
He needs them
And
to help him.
the vast majority of my Republican colleagues in Congress completely agree with me. They know the truth here. They're just too scared to say it themselves.
Congressman, I do wonder how you would react to the suggestion by J.D. Vance that there was a lot of chest thumping and harsh words for Putin in the last administration, but not enough action. Do you think that the Biden administration should have provided Ukraine with stronger weapons sooner in order to prevent where we are right now?
Look, I have been a fair critic of both Democrats and Republicans, and a critic of some aspects of how Biden handled this war. And yes, I think that he should have given them more weapons faster. But the idea that Vance and Trump, who are literally sucking up to a dictator, who want Putin apparently to win this war, the idea that they would criticize Biden, I mean, that's, you know, that's real rich. That's real rich.
Fuck these fucking
Where do you think this goes from here, Congressman? Do you think U.S. aid to Ukraine is immediately at risk?
It's unquestionably at risk. I mean, everything we stand for as Americans, the very fundamental value of freedom, is at risk with what these two are doing. But the other
Dude,
risk that we shouldn't ignore, and J.D. Vance brought it up, is World War III.
Congressman, sorry to interrupt. We want to listen in. It was difficult to hear there. President Zelensky, as he was exiting the White House, clearly yelled at cameras, but it was hard to make out exactly what he was saying. It appears that he is in that vehicle just outside the West Wing and is set to depart the White House in moments after this explosive afternoon in which we've seen this deal between the United States and Ukraine crumble, and then a shouting match inside the Oval Office. Congressman, if you want to finish your thoughts as we await Zelensky's departure.
Well, I'm just saying that, look, the risk that this actually could be a wider war involving NATO is real because Putin is getting emboldened by the President of the United States and by the Vice President of the United States. Because the way this becomes a wider war is for Putin to get the message that he wins, that he can go and invade sovereign countries with impunity and go do it to Eastern European NATO allies next. And that will get American troops killed, not just innocent Europeans. American troops will die if that happens. So what Trump and Vance are doing is absolutely dangerous for our national security, not just dangerous for Ukraine.
Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton, we have to leave the conversation there. We appreciate you joining us. I want to go to the White House now with CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is watching closely as this vehicle departs. Jeff, were you able to make out what Zelensky yelled to cameras?
We were not able to make that out, Boris. We will go back and listen, but it was nothing extraordinary or long. But what we are seeing here now is President Zelensky leaving the White House about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so after he arrived without getting a deal and without doing a press conference with President Trump to sign the deal. You will see right here this motorcade going behind us as we speak, driving out of the north gates of the White House. What this is an extraordinary breakdown in diplomacy, the biggest break and change in foreign policy. Let's listen right there.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
So as you could see there, we were re-racking that tape. I could not make out what President Zelensky was saying, but now he has left the grounds of the White House, and indeed, we shall see what we shall see what comes from here. He did stay in the West Wing of the White House for some minutes after President Trump said come back when it's time for peace. So we do not know if there were any further discussions. We will certainly do our reporting and let you know. But this moment, this Friday afternoon, the end of a very busy week of diplomacy here has ended in anything but that. And interestingly, right before President Zelensky came to the White House here, he met with a bipartisan group of senators, and Republican Senator Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, welcomed him, and he said, "We're here to show you our support." That is not how President Zelensky leaves this White House. So certainly this is a breach in foreign policy protocol, but also really showing the split inside this Republican Party, the party of Donald Trump and the party of J.D. Vance. We have not seen Vice President Vance really speak up much at all during his opening weeks of his vice presidency, but that moment in the Oval Office certainly is resonating and reverberating around the world. But now he is gone. They are breaking down the room where the press conference and deal was scheduled to be announced, and that certainly is not how even President Trump wanted this day here to end. We shall see if this is a negotiating tactic. We do not know how long President Zelensky will stay in town. President Trump clearly does still want to make a deal, but those tensions and fiery exchanges certainly have cut deep.
Dad, I reached 476 views on one of my videos.
Oh shit, dude, that's crazy. That's good.
It was the animation. The CapCut one, the animation from CapCut one.
There you go, keep it up. Who knows, you might be like I Show Speed. And then we could do a parent boxing instead of celebrity boxing, where you get doesn't matter what age, to box against their parents or whatever. New shit. What's going on here? Sound like something. I mean, they gotta be 18, but well, no, because it's a sparring session. It's a celebrity-ness, so it could be any age. Make that happen, Jaren. Because me and Jaren gonna box. Me and Jaren. You still asleep? What's going on? Let's see. I thought I clicked this one.
I have been covering politics for nigh on 20 years. As you know, I've been fortunate enough to be at the centre of British politics, behind the scenes. I've been in head-to-head meetings between the Prime Minister of Britain and countries that we have disagreements with and countries that we are allies with. I've seen what happens when the media leaves the room. I have never in my life heard anything remotely close to what we have just witnessed. We have just witnessed history. We have just witnessed something that is closer to Jerry Springer over war on the European continent. I'm honestly speechless. There's a press conference going to happen later. Apparently, I don't know. I mean, who knows whether it's going to happen later. There's a press conference between Zelensky and Trump going to happen later. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if someone's going to emerge with a black eye. Zelensky looked like he was going to cry at points during that. 034560600973. It's in these moments,
he can't
folks.
slap this bitch ass motherfucker. The fuck?
We turn it over to what you think. I mean, you've heard the same thing. We've all been going through the consequences of a war in Ukraine, us because of rising prices, whether it's energy or otherwise. We've all seen the effects of it. Trump has come in and in a month said he's going to do a deal to end the war. What do you think? What do you think? Simon Marks is LBC's Washington correspondent. Simon, what do you think? What do you think?
I think it was a mugging. I think it was a mugging, Tom, and I think it was entirely premeditated. I think that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance knew exactly what they were going to do the moment that they brought President Zelensky into the Oval Office. This is Donald Trump's thank you to the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who yesterday went out of his way to flatter Donald Trump, invite him to make a state visit to the UK, secured the Prime Minister's approval of President Trump's efforts to try and end the war in Ukraine. And I suspect that they were fully aware yesterday, during that meeting with the Prime Minister, of what they were going to engage in today with the Ukrainian leader, the most courageous figure Europe has seen since 1945. They engaged in a premeditated geostrategic mugging of the Ukrainian president over that 45-minute brutal photo opportunity that Donald Trump deliberately put Zelensky through. And you heard him there at one point saying, "This is why I let this thing. This is why I let this thing run so long." And it's clear that this was premeditated. This is going to boost Zelensky's standing in Ukraine dramatically. The Russians, and let me just tell you parenthetically, the Russian news agency TASS, a Putin propaganda outfit, was allowed into the Oval Office, but not Reuters or the Associated Press. This is manna from heaven for Vladimir Putin, and it is a massive, massive political problem for Sir Keir Starmer, Lord Peter Mandelson, Number 10, and Emmanuel Macron, of course, who was here on Monday.
And most directly, Ukraine. I mean, there's Trump saying, make a deal or we're out, is a threat that Ukraine cannot do anything but acquiesce to. And so, in a sense, Simon, I'm actually, in a way, really pleased we all got to hear and see that. Because, I mean, there it is. It is authentically angry. That meeting, were it to have happened behind closed doors, obviously would never have been shown, but the readout would have, I think, reflected some of the anger there. But we've all now seen the American president and his sort of vice president kind of bully, almost. You know, the kind of the kid next to you in the playground who goes and starts to fight on your behalf.
Absolutely. But also playing to Trump's
try and
base.
take down Zelensky in a press conference.
Totally, but also playing to Trump's base and saying, Donald Trump, that he was really glad the American people were getting a chance to see this, and continuing to accuse President Zelensky, as J.D. Vance disgracefully did there, of not having thanked the United States for its assistance. Zelensky has constantly thanked the United States and the American people for the assistance they have provided him. But this is surely now the moment that the transatlantic alliance ends. I mean, all the talk yesterday, which was, you know, specious at best about the special relationship between the US and the UK, that is now absolutely consigned on the ash heap of bilateral cliches. There is no coming back from this for the UK, for France, for Germany, for NATO members across the board. This is the inflection point that Donald Trump absolutely planned. And I mean, it was so obviously premeditated. This wasn't a conversation that was going off the rails. This was a conversation that Donald Trump deliberately kept going, snaring Zelensky in to a trap that he and the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, unleashed. And, you know, this is Donald Trump doing Putin's dirty work for Putin. There's no question about that. Now, they were supposed to leave that room and go and sign the minerals deal. It's hard to imagine that Volodymyr Zelensky is going to sign anything after that. Then they're supposed to have lunch together, can you imagine? And then a joint press conference. I mean, if you're Volodymyr Zelensky, presumably the most sensible course now is just to leave the building. But
I don't know. He can sign.
I can't imagine what's going to happen next.
What is the president of Ukraine meant to do if the president of the United States has said, if you don't sign this deal, militarily we're out and you're on your own? The Europeans. We can't make enough bullets to go and help the Ukrainians. We need the Americans too to give us the cover that we are helping Ukraine in pushing back Russian troops. If the American president says, if he follows through on it, Zelensky has no option. He's being bullied into sign a deal, and he's being bullied in front of the cameras.
Yeah, but that is why Zelensky is now going to need massive amounts of geopolitical European assistance, and it's going to require European leaders to start drawing a line in the sand here for the United States and the American government, rather than, as we saw Macron do on Monday and the Prime Minister do yesterday, coming here and thinking that you can flatter your way towards some kind of an agreement on security guarantees in Ukraine. Now, I think it's possible that eventually that deal on rare earths minerals get signed. I'm just wondering whether Zelensky, after that pasting that he took there, and every effort that he made politely to try and steer the conversation back to some semblance of normal, was absolutely torpedoed. I mean, you know, Donald Trump at times was holding him down, and J.D. Vance was brandishing the shiv, and then other times they switched around. I've never seen anything like it.
Simon, really appreciate it. As always, thank you for being there for us. Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent. Folks, there is more to come. As Simon pointed out, the meeting is happening or about to happen, and then there's a press conference that is going to take place. God knows where we're going to be in about an hour and a half's time or an hour's time when that happens. You're going to need to stick it on LBC tonight, because we're going to bring you absolutely everything as soon as we get it from the White House at a meeting the likes of which none of us has ever heard before in our lives over the most important issue of our own, European security in a generation. 03456060973. Mary's in Frinton-on-Sea. Mary.
Hi, Tom. Sorry, I need to take a deep breath, actually. I just watched the press conference, and I was just telling the lady who answered the phone that I felt like bursting into tears when I was watching it, because it just struck me that it was like two horrible bully boys who are kind of in the sixth form of a secondary school, and they've approached, third or fourth year, and basically saying, if you don't give us your dinner money, we're going to beat the crap out of you. Except it was done in front of the world. I honestly, I just can't believe it.
It's Jerry Springer. It's and you know, Mary,
Absolutely.
and not to take away from the very, very important substance of this. For years and years and years, I've had the privilege of being able to sit here and relay some of what I saw of Trump as president behind the scenes, and the influence of wrestling, WrestleMania, WWE, Andre. This was wrestling. This is WrestleMania in politics on the television about war and peace.
Absolutely.
It sort of reached its zenith tonight.
It was the most awful example of just gutter, horrible politics, and like you say, and like your American, I can't remember his name. Sorry,
Simon,
he's very good.
Simon Marks,
yes,
yeah,
thank you, Simon. Absolutely,
It's
it was
crazy because,
premeditated.
like, in the Idiocracy, they have Hector
and then this
Camacho
whole
as
situation
a
with Starmer
wrestling fighter.
yesterday.
Who's
I mean, they must just be laughing. This is the worst kind of bully politics I have ever. It's just awful.
They're describing what this is right now as wrestling. In the early stages.
Also want to bring in the Democratic senator from Arizona, Mark Kelly, who met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just this morning. Senator, first of all, let me get your reaction to what you saw in the Oval Office, and did you have any inkling at all that, based on your conversation with President Zelensky, this could turn quite so contentious?
I did, not from our meeting this morning, but Chris, let me just start by saying what a complete and utter mess. And this is a gift to Putin. And make no mistake, and I hope the American people get this, that this makes us look weak. And it's not normal behavior. The United States, Chris, we are a superpower. Our powers, our military, our economy, our diplomatic corps, our professionalism. This was not professional. We don't gain anything by acting like bullies. And this is what bullies do. And just because you act this way, by the way, it doesn't mean that you're tough. So this is a mess. I hope we can repair this relationship. President Zelensky and his country, they are grateful. Saying thank you in the Oval Office, being put on the spot like that is, it seemed to me that it was just, J.D. Vance saying, hey, look what I can do, Dad. And it doesn't help the situation. This negotiation should have been done behind closed doors. And this morning we had a good meeting. Democrats and Republicans in the Senate that support Ukraine. We had a good meeting with the president. We talked about a lot of issues. We didn't do it in front of cameras intentionally. Roger Wicker, in fact, asked, there were some cameras there, and we had them leave the room before we started to have the discussion. That's the way you should do this.
So let me ask you then about where this goes from here, and I wonder where you think your Republican colleagues will be, because, and I can't say that I have done an exhaustive search because I've been on the air, but I've only seen one Republican member of Congress, who is a member of the House, say anything negative about what they just saw in the Oval Office. And where does this go from here, and does Congress have any role in it at all?
Well, we have a role. I mean, we do our own negotiations. We do our own diplomacy, so to speak. So we do have a role. We can push the administration. Hopefully we can get them to come back to the negotiating table here. But we are in a much worse position. Our European allies especially are looking at this, and they're thinking to themselves, I mean, what just happened? What happened to the United States of America that used to be the leader of the free world? And, I pointed out in our meeting this morning, that I was rather disappointed that our country, we're about to celebrate our 250th birthday, which is a big deal, and it's exciting. But now we're dealing with one of our allies like this is a business transaction. I mean, that's not the way we have traditionally done things. And so where do we go from here? I think the president and the vice president need to figure out how do they pick up the pieces from this total disaster and get back to the table and negotiate in a way that is who we are as a nation. I mean, we have principles, we have values, and we don't berate our allies in the Oval Office. I've never seen anything like this before. And throughout our entire history, there have been a lot of tense negotiations between countries. We don't do this in public. This did not get us anything. And I think it's important for the American people to understand, because of what happened today, we are all less safe. And I'll tell you, there is one winner in this, Chris, one winner. And if you watch Russian TV tonight or tomorrow morning, you will see that they're going to cover this. They're going to be happy about this. Putin and his cronies are probably popping champagne bottles right now.
We should also do a fact check, even though I don't think most people need a fact check, but I'll say it anyway. In spite of what President Trump has refused to say, Russia invaded Ukraine. Vladimir Putin made a decision to go into a sovereign nation, and innocent people have died. Tens of thousands of people have died, including women and children, not to mention the number of soldiers who have died.
He targets schools and hospitals. He is a war criminal. And we have members of this government, Donald Trump's government, that won't admit that Russia invaded Ukraine, even though you can clearly see, tanks, armored personnel carriers, troops, weapons coming across the border 3 years ago. If Russia didn't invade Ukraine, who was that? And they refuse to acknowledge what are facts. We do not have to fact check that.
And it is for that reason that the United States has been a staunch ally and has done a lot of work to get our allies together to support Ukraine. Arizona, your state, has played an important role. They've served as a training base for Ukrainian pilots. I know you've talked to them. What does it mean to Ukraine? What does it mean to them to have less support in the U.S. in this fight?
I've met with Ukrainian pilots in this office, one of which is now deceased, flying in combat in the F-16. I've met with them at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. They are just fighting. They're fighting for their lives, literally. And the reason we're in this is not just to help Ukraine. This is in our own national security best interests. This keeps us safer. Vladimir Putin wants to rebuild the Soviet empire. He has made that very clear. If he looks at what he has done in Ukraine as a positive thing, then we should and can expect him to attack a NATO ally. a Baltic country, maybe Poland. We talked about that with President Zelensky this morning. And if he does that, we have an obligation to defend them. Now, Donald Trump has dismissed our NATO obligation like it's somewhat optional. It is not optional. And having allies keeps us safer. It keeps our economy stronger. And what happened today makes us look weak, and it is making us less safe.
Senator, I have new information that is being reported by NBC News, and I want to get your reaction to it. A White House official tells NBC President Trump and U.S. officials asked President Zelensky to leave the White House and that Zelensky is not welcome back today. The official says Zelensky did not walk off on his own and that the Ukrainians were asking U.S. officials for a reset and to continue with the meetings. But again, President Trump and U.S. officials asked him to leave. Your reaction?
Well, I saw that. I saw I got kicked out of the White House. President Trump wants to look tough. I mean, this is a guy, remember, this is a guy that avoided military service. You know, said he has bone spurs. So I think he has spent his entire life trying to look tough.
Oh, yeah?
But in him trying to look tough, he is making us less safe, and he's making our entire country look weak. And who is the winner? It is Vladimir Putin. It is a war criminal who's intentionally killing women and children and old people, targeting hospitals, targeting schools, a guy who should be in jail. He's the winner today. And when President Zelensky asks for a reset, that's 100% what you should do. You should get back in the room with the cameras turned off, in private, have a discussion about this. You know, maybe you take a break for a few minutes, regain your composure. Maybe you leave J.D. Vance outside of the room. You know, I didn't see our Secretary of State should have been involved, you know, in this conversation. I voted for him. Our fellow senators, we have a lot of confidence in him. I want to hear his voice in this conversation. We put him there for a reason. You know, he has traveled around the world. I know him well. We need other people standing up to when this administration, speaking truth to power, when they do dumb things, we need people in the administration speaking out against it. Yeah. So I'm disappointed, you know, that they kicked Zelensky out of the building. That is not productive. Yeah, it's too, I mean, they could have spent the entire afternoon trying to work something out. You know, Zelensky's probably on his way to an airplane now, and who knows, you know, when the reset button is going to get hit here. But you know, if we don't resolve this conflict, Russia is going to continue to murder Ukrainians. They're going to, over time, with the help of now the North Koreans, they're going to claim more territory. This is going to be a harder issue to resolve. It's going to be harder to get to peace if it waits. I want this conflict to end, but I want it to end in the right way and not on the side of the Russians. I mean, if it almost feels like we've almost fully switched sides here. That's not who we are as a nation, Chris.
You got a Hitler documentary right here, 56. Let's see.
Introducing to you first, on my right, fighting out of the red corner, entering the ring wearing black trunks, fighting out of Los Angeles by way of knockout. Here is the acclaimed boxing.
Find something else. Maybe some funny shit.
Is this supposed to be that smoky?
My God! Stop screaming that. I don't know if it.
Some corny ass shit, dog.
Look at that hair.
Shit.
And many more. Cha-cha-cha. Oh,
Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Storm?
hang on. Okay. Grandma! I got you. You okay?
Fuck.
Boy!
But you know, you only live once, don't you?
But these are like some like friendly, like soft friendly.
Your hand.
Is it ice? Oh shit. I stepped in the mud.
That's a
You want to get ran over?
What happened, buddy?
I was looking at the wrong thing.
Right. Oh! You okay? Okay, don't do that anymore.
Watch that.
Fine. Say it. Fine. Fine. Okay. Set. Go. Pedal, 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 pedal.
How did you even pull that off?
I know.
Gravity didn't give you a choice, huh?
There you go. Oh, Yucky, get out of the mud. There you go. Oh, boy.
Oh, Bubby, come here.
was a bold move, done intentionally. Guess balance isn't your strong suit today.
Don't go that way.
Nice. Oh, jeez. Oh.
That's a fall to remember.
I had a friend that's dad that was like flew airplanes and shit like that. He ain't let him fly.
You good? You sure? Let's see them eyes.
Well, there.
Did you push me, cuz?
Alright, I only peed, but this toilet has a bidet. Hello?
Got horizontal a bit too soon, huh?
You called it.
This dude stopped to move the sign, and I'm telling him it's closed, and he don't care. They caught your ass.
Headed to the LA Excellent. Thank you so much for sending me all those LA Excellent.
Oh, snap!
All of it.
Jeff! Jeff! Hey, Jeff! Get up!
Mom!
Oh, God.
That's a cat. Oh, baby.
Holy moly, that was almost graceful.
Is that metal right there?
Was the floor looking extra comfortable?
Santa Claus comes tonight.
Turn around, William.
Turn around, go that way. Oh! Dancing to...
Holy cow, you perfected the art of tumbling.
Hey, okay. Wow. Almost.
I need some of that metal shit, bro.
Is gravity your worst enemy?
Oh, wood.
Oh! And I got it on camera.
Oof. You need me to call someone for help?
Let him go.
Dang it! Is that a fail or a bold new move? Whoops!
Sorry about that, bud.
You're really making the ground feel
Hold on.
special.
Go.
Huh. Should we check if you're still in one
Burr?
piece? Goodness. How did that even happen?
Clean it up.
Show me your skills. You all right? Get up.
This one is grass. What are you trying not to laugh, Chandler? No way.
Oh, look at my phone. What's this?
That's tripping. That's what we come to. There you go.
Take that pizza to go, bitch. Oh, like a fight? Ain't nobody want to fucking fight.
Yes, Mom?
I'm Tiffany here with ANTM TV. It's Fashion Week in Paris. Can you say magnetic?
Bruh, that's foul.
Who wants a fajita?
I gotta go. I'm thinking maybe $40. Give me the bag. Hey, hey, what's in your hands?
There's nothing in my hands.
What's in your
officer.
hands?
Nothing. I
Open your
swear.
hands.
All right.
Now, break and chip resistance. Idiot, you didn't throw it hard enough.
Oh my God.
Motherfucking man toast. Nobody eats this part, bread.
Literally, I was telling her, like, I see how oh my god! What is that?
What is that?
Wow, wearing lotion is actually a fantastic thing for you.
Bro,
Where am I gonna put mine now?
Well, there's a couple over there. This is my dog Gus. I recently trained him how to bite balls, so don't fuck with me. He's very good with intruders. He rips their nutsack clean up. What are you looking at? No, don't you do it.
She's good.
Oh shit.
Go phone switch.
No, don't
do it,
don't do it.
What are you doing, making a TikTok? No one wants to see that, Michael.
Yeah. This feels bright. Here you go. Enjoy that oil. Are you filled with oil now? How do I get oil in this thing? Oh, there's a fill button. Oh yeah, that's a lot easier. Okay.
Period. 5 seconds.
Oh shit. Damn, Grandma. Looking extra thick.
What?
About to be a murder victim. At least I got handicap part.
My balls are quite dry.
Let's go, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah!
Oh my good guys, my water disappeared.
Damn! You guys ever just forget how to walk?
Got this one like she's about to press her dog on the fucking treadmill. What the fuck is going on in 2021 already? People bringing their dogs to the gym. Then you got Miss Skip to my Lou over here. I don't know what the fuck is she doing, but she gotta chill.
They got the... Dude, it's only $1.50 for the...
Hey, let me get a minute. Hey, let me get one too. Let me hold on. Yeah, you get that right there. What the dog doing?
Don't worry, I got this. I'll just fix it real quick. Nothing happened.
Gaming is intense, but talkies are seriously intense.
There are too many of them. What are we going to do?
So this filter shows you your most searched thing on the internet every day. So if you scroll in, you can see that my most searched image is
Oh my god. What's it go? 4 legs! Why does it look like a sheep? The face is from...
If you eat this piece of pizza, you don't make it into heaven.
Well, I'm the only Spider-Man. It's me. Only one. There ever is and ever will be.
Hey.
Hands up!
You've been using your ears wrong. Ugh, I don't want to type this anymore. Can you do it for me?
First word that comes to my other letter, let's go. I'm going to try to make this as family friendly as possible so that I have peanut.
Oh, what is that sitting over in the corner and the mouse out here in the shed? Gonna have to send the puppy after it.
Here we show you a close-up of a frog croaking.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
This is just a regular little gummy bear, and I've decided to destroy it. To do this, I just have to get a vial, and I'll add a small amount of something called potassium chlorate. After that, I just have to heat it up until it all melts into a nice goop. At this point, it should be pretty good, and I can carefully drop in the poor little gummy bear.
On today's episode of How Fucked Up Is Fucked Up. That's fucked up.
That powder said sheesh.
Put a pizza and then put a sign on the door that says, "Scream Shannon, your pizza is here." And don't ring the doorbell or knock. Our grandma is sleeping. So the delivery guy did it.
Thank you.
Shit, other dodge. Couldn't even see that.
Within just a few minutes, though, it was already melting, and like everything else in life, all good things must come to an end.
Excuse me, miss? I was wondering if you wanted to do like an interview real quick. It's just one question, so. Alright. I was just gonna ask you, what is the scariest thing you've ever like been through?
Pretty tough, but I think I'd have to say in 2018, my cat was ran over by a sheriff in town, and
No, what's that?
God damn.
But it's just an ordinary crabby.
Oh, really?
Seriously, this can't be my life, bro.
Really?
This
You
shit
can't put air in a car like this,
shit.
Blue.
It's
Come
not
on.
even going nowhere.
It won't go.
Excuse me, sir. We're trying to find my friend. Could you announce it? Lou.
What's the guy's name again?
Lou Sassel.
Attention customers, Lou Sassel. Lou Sassel, come to the fitting room. The party's waiting.
Thank you. All right, that should do it.
He should be in a minute.
Okay, sweet. Oh, maybe he's with Hugh. Is he with Hugh?
Yeah. His brother Hugh.
He's with his brother Hugh. We could call that.
Hugh?
Yeah, Hugh.
What's his last name?
Janus.
Okay. Attention customers, could you, Janus, please come to the fitting room. Your party's waiting. Would you please come to the fitting room? Your party's waiting.
Thank you.
He's not gonna go, man.
He's definitely try his dad. He's with his dad.
What's his dad name?
D.
One more try.
All right, one more try. He's adopted though, so the last name's different.
Okay.
Snuts is his last name. D.
Well, customer D.
Man. Snuts.
Snuts, please come to the fitting room, please.
That should do it. Thank you.
I don't know about you guys.
Bring it!
What?
Sure. Wait, what do you mean small? This is pretty average. Ed, this is pretty average, right?
Actually, it's undersized. Oh no, man, that's huge. Hey, boss.
Take this imaginary ball.
Okay, sounds good.
What is it? Ah.
Stop throwing the bag around right now.
Kill me.
Silly Billy versus the unmatched power of the sun. Let's go.
Yo, my name is Silly Billy and
You good? Friend?
Whenever you buy a used car, always pay attention to the gaps in the door. This is how you could tell if it's been in an accident or not.
Everyone must try this cacio e pepe.
I'm brushing with the fefe. Time to feed the cat. I'm drinking orange juice. In the toilet.
Doing a pit.
Making toast.
Stacy?
It's not dying. Hey, Mia, press Y.
I want to paint my nails, but
Alright, I'll race you, ready? I'll go tail.
Run, 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 run.
Alright, y'all ready? Sure.
I give up. Let me see. Whoa, what the hell? Oh my God, no way. Oh man, brother got the butterscotch pumpkin pie. Heavy up hell. I know they heavy, brother. You got the 3-inch. Ooh.
If you jump in the water right now, I'll give you... Dude, I didn't finish.
I know everyone knows how large its Starburst can fit into a small, but McDonald's is actually doing the same thing. Check it out. How does that work?
No, not now.
What the fuck we can find?
Hey.
Cinder block. That way we can smack an actor with it and it won't kill him. But if it did kill him, I'd still get off scot-free. How would you do that, Scott? Because there'd be no concrete evidence.
Man, hey, good morning, babe. Yo.
Venga, Michi, vamos. A ver. Al suelo, eso. Y 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dame 2 más. 8, 9, 10. Otra más. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Eso. Muy bien, Michi.
This is a simple lie detector. I'll ask you a few yes or no questions, and you just answer truthfully. Do you understand?
Yes.
Let's see who I'll get. Oh, what?
Dumbass, you ain't make it.
Looking through all the course materials, and I noticed at the bottom it says exam answers not for students. And I'm wondering, is this a mistake? So I click on it.
I brought your night pickle. Take your pickle.
Да не прикалывайся, она не приедет. Попробуй. Прости. Ну вот.
I was just wondering if anyone else's cats do this. Like when you set him right down on his back like a baby, he just sticks the legs straight up. And his toes are even spread. Like I've never seen this before with any other cat.
Holy shit! Get me out!
Wait. If you're there, and I'm here, then who the fuck's frying the rice? No fucking way!
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, can you order for me?
Why?
Bro, just please order for me.
Bro, you can order, bro.
Please, bro, please.
Go fucking order yourself, you pussy.
Hi, do you guys serve food?
Are you fucking
Feeling very generous today. Hey, bro, you paid for this yet?
No, I haven't.
I got you. Have a good one, bro.
Yo, it says decline.
Block the ball, Harper! Kick it!
I don't know about you guys, but the first thing what I do when I clock in, when I go to work, is I hide. Because they say good workers are hard to find, and you know, I'm a good worker.
No, 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 no! Wait. Wait.
Wait, he screamed.
Oh god, this better not be an explosive.
I was doing some gardening in my backyard today, and I uncovered some sort of crazy secret concrete box in the ground. Found a handle after digging for a while, then after digging for a bit more, I uncovered a second handle. I kept going and got it clean to the point where I could start to attempt to lift it up. When I tried, it was a little heavy, so then I brought in the big guns, and you'll never believe what I found. It was my septic tank.
gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?
My wife says she doesn't want anything for her birthday, but look at her headphones. She got the customer service 1998s. It's missing a foam ear pad, and she's literally holding it together with these old pieces of tape. As an early birthday surprise, I went to the store and got her a fresh roll of tape.
Wait.
You think he's him, Duncan? Oh, my God. He winning!
See where we're at. Dang, it's all misty. It's kind of nice up here, though.
My son didn't understand why he was barking until he found out he was deathly scared of balloons.
Them bitches phony.
What are you reading?
Nothing. Nothing really. Just,
What are you reading?
Excuse me, guys. Hang on. I've been trying to reach you guys about y'all's car extended warranty. Do you want to extend your car warranty at all? No, you're good. You can just press 2 if you want to be removed from the calling list. You're good? Thank you.
Yo, I found the damn mirror. Yeah, that's my damn avatar, Quack.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, man. Jump on in, the water's fine.
I've been teaching the disciples all week. It's nice to actually take a break and have a little fun.
Really nailed that one.
I give you all a room tour really quick. Sure. Okay. So here's my bed.
Okay, where are the blankets and the sheets?
Oh, I'm actually not allowed to have those anymore because last time they gave them to me, I kind of tied them together and tried to escape out the window. So.
Okay, let's unpack that. Who are you escaping from?
Oh.
Who's keeping you there?
Is he always there?
Yeah, just pretty much there every time we Zoom. Just keeping an eye out. Yeah.
Bing. Bing. Bing.
¿Tienes huevo? Sí, hermano. Toma. No, pues a ver qué pasa que, bueno, estoy viendo...
That's your water bottle, Mommy?
That's my water bottle?
It's your favorite animal?
Cats?
Cats?
Elephants?
Elephants?
Yes.
I make a good elephant impression.
Okay.
Ready? Ready?
Nim's longest recorded sentence was, "Give orange me, give eat orange me, eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you."
You look good! You look good! Yeah. Hey, Winston. Woo! Woo!
So we all know we live in a simulation, right? And we also know that everyone is controlled by individual computers, right? So what if smart people wear glasses because their motherboards are too busy making calculations to render the graphics? Think about it.
She looks exactly the same. Oh, gosh, where'd it go? Oh, shit.
Telling a job interview or a story that don't make sense. Y'all stay tuned.
But tell me a little bit about yourself.
I just graduated from home last year ago with my degree in walking fish with a minor in water in the snow because I'm mop air. I'm also a dentist that fixes feet at the vet when I'm wide asleep. So I think this job would be pretty good for my mom since she doesn't have kids.
Wait, what are you talking about?
As I was saying that my twin uncle was like walking meatless dogs, right? Come to find out the dryer was wet from folding dishes because the kitten dogs was mooing.
I don't think this is going to work out. This is not a good fit for our company, and I would not hold your breath waiting for a phone call.
So do I start last year?
Oh, God.
I'm not cleaning this.
Don't freak out, okay? This is Casper.
Give me them.
Like this. All right, then, let's get you out of here. No, I meant to use the physics tool. Okay, no, there's no control Z-ing that. We're just gonna run now. Oh, that's not so bad.
Do it again, do it again.
Não existia essa filha de uma insecta. Let's go. Oh, still. Oh my Holy shit!
O Jezu.
Aí tô. Perdão. Perdão, look.
This Friday, kangaroo, watching TV. Casually loving it, mate.
Bro, what are you doing in here? Oh, what? Dude, you okay?
Saved message received today at 9:57 a.m. You really are a fucking piece of shit, aren't you?
Superman! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Nurse! Happy birthday to you!
Yes, go down, motherfucker! You need to go down, motherfucker! You need to go down, motherfucker! Yes, you need to fucking go down, motherfucker! Motherfucker, fucking go down, motherfucker! Motherfucker, fucking...
Tra le altre cose, qui secondo me siamo lontani. Niente, insisti, per male analisi. Messi parte lo stesso!
Mom? Mom? Are you my mom?
Oh, we got a 4x4. Tell you what. Yeah.